material.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for coming. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and not least, dear participants, dear panelists, for these two panels that we have here today. and welcome to this conference on public debt, finding the optimal level. Will we do that? Let's wait and see, right? Public debt dynamics, and a conference organized very well, I would say, by the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Latvia. My name is Morten Hansen from the Stockholm School of Economics in Riga. I was kindly asked and invited by the ministry to act as moderator here today, and I shall try to do my best. Not quite sure what that's going to mean, right? But we have these two panel sessions. I would like to come back to them in just a sec with a little bit of housekeeping rules of how we want to conduct this event here today. But before I do so, I would very much like to see the event opened with some introductory remarks by the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Latvia, Mr. Arvils Ašerādens. So please, Mr. Ašerādens, floor is yours.
Thank you for applause. I even didn't start it yet. Good morning, distinguished guests, and I'm happy to having you here, and really feel very thankful as you responded to my invitation to come today. And I might say it's not just a technical debate about what to do with the debt and so on. It's something bigger happens in here, in region, in the world, and the debate about this issue really become very fundamental. And if we speak on Latvian grounds, it's particularly hot. Yesterday we was on TV debate with Governor of Bank, and we really felt temperatures is rising. Of course, that is debate more about the private unit debt, not the public debt, but still is hot. And before I started on sharing my thoughts on the issue, I would like to thank our Director of Fiscal Department of our Ministry, Nils Sachs, who is actually behind this issue, and he is our top expert in this field. And I'm always wondering when we have debate particularly in budget issues or others about sustainability of state debt, ministers quite quickly losing interest of issue and immediately start to do something in their phones. And I'm very curious about this. There is two scenarios possibly, or this is a very boring issue and too complicated, or they feel everything is in right hands, and this issue is very well managed in Latvia, and I really hope for the second scenario. Well, if we come to the issue, it's really, and particularly in today's context, it's really provoking conference and a topic that intrigue economists, policymakers, and financial experts for centuries: optimal public debt levels. As we gather here today to explore the complexity of this subject, I'm reminded of the words of Benjamin Franklin: rather go to bed without dinner than to rise in debt. Or Latvians have a saying, debt is not brother. And little did Mr. Franklin know his wisdom would resonate across centuries, spurring countless debates on the delicate balance between borrowing and fiscal responsibility. Through history, nations have ventured into the realm of debt to finance ambitious endeavors, from the grand construction projects, the funding of wars, and the establishment of social welfare programs. Debt has played a pivotal role in shaping societies. But why we have gathered here today? Beyond the allure of history and the art of economics, public debt in modern times become from evil to the fine instrument. And we are driven by a collective attempt to understand the complexities surrounding optimal public debt levels. Our economies have experienced storms: COVID-19 pandemic, Russia wars in Ukraine, soaring energy prices and high inflation. And it is in the midst of these challenges that we find ourselves seeking answers to those pressing questions. Many of the challenges faced not only by Latvia but also by other European Union member states impose additional burden on the state budget. Additional spending is needed to ensure national security, tackle rising energy prices and provide support to households and businesses. I very much hope that we can look back on the challenges of COVID-19 as events of the past, but they have nevertheless left their mark on our daily lives. This additional spending has put pressure on the government debt. While Latvia might be relatively comfortable with its debt, 40.8% of GDP at the end of 2022, it is 2 times lower than European Union average. However, challenges remain. About the challenges. Firstly, the cost of servicing debt is rising rapidly. While in March of 2021, the State Treasury issued 1.25 billion of Eurobonds with a yield of 0.1%. In July of 2023, 750 million of Eurobonds were issued with a yield of 3.9%. Such a dynamic is due to changes in monetary policy. According to the latest Ministry of Finance forecast, interest expenditure will increase from 0.5% of GDP in 2022 to 1.1% in 2025. As for debt servicing costs, it should be kept in mind that they are not just driven by existing macro trends, but also by financial markets' confidence in the country's ability to meet its obligation. It is important to ensure that country maintaining a high credit rating, thus ensuring favorable conditions for borrowing. Secondly, debt financed investment could boost economical growth. Additional budget spending financed by borrowing and used efficiently provides investment that can lead to future economical breakthrough, bringing Latvia closer to European Union's average. But equally, if debt is used recklessly, it can lead to crowding out private investment, falling consumption, and difficulties in borrowing on financial markets, not to mention high interest costs. How do we strike the perfect balance between fueling economic growth and safeguarding future generations from excessive public debt burdens? Can we establish a universal debt threshold, or let's name it as optimal debt level, or every nation's journey is a unique puzzle to solve? How do we ensure that investment made today do not compromise aspirations of tomorrow? Regarding challenges, thirdly, our population is aging. According to the Central Statistical Bureau data, the share of population aged over 65 in Latvia was 14.8% in 2000, while by 2020 it will have reached 20.5%. The European Commission, in its current aging report, has presented the long-term demographic projections, according to which the population aged over 65 will reach 31.10% in 2070. The aging population will undoubtedly have an impact on the public finances. Both health and old age pension expenditures are expected to increase. And finally, about last but not least challenge, fiscal rules will change. And this already extremely complex issue must be seen in the context of the equally complicated legal framework governing how much budget deficits European Union member states can plan. I'm not going to start telling you about fiscal rules. I will leave that to our experts. I will, however, mention the economic governance reform, which will change the rules on how the budget deficit is set. One of the objectives of economic governance reform is to increase national ownership, which means that countries with low debt and deficits could have more fiscal space, but also imposes greater responsibility in establishing the optimal balance between building fiscal buffers and enhancing public investment. Dear participants, as we embark on this conference, let us remember that we are not merely discussing numbers on a balance sheet. Debt issues, or it is a private or unit or public unit issues, are extremely complex, but they are affected each of us to a greater or lesser extent. So let us embrace the complexity with a spirit of collaboration and curiosity, and let us acknowledge the uncertainties with a determination to seek solution. Thank you, and I really wish to have a great conference today. Thank you.
I think you took my notes also. All good. Thank you very much indeed for your words, Minister. And yeah, we are 11 minutes into the conference, and we've already heard the first warnings about fiscal policy and debt sustainability. I'm very happy about that indeed. I'm more or less ready to embark. And as I said, just a few housekeeping rules before we move on. At first, I would also like to say big thanks to Neil Sachs, and I was thinking about when is it that we had the last, what I would call sort of big conference on fiscal policies, perspectives of fiscal policy, as it was called in the time. Seems to be June 2013, so 10 years later, makes a lot of sense. We talked about the Swiss debt break and so on. So I think it's really, really very timely that we have another high-level conference now coming on debt sustainability. Altogether, during today, we're going to have 8 presentations, 2 times 4. The first 4 panelists you can see up here, and we will have presenters from what I would think of as very diverse set of organizations, Bank of Latvia and the Ministry of Welfare here in Latvia, the European Fiscal Board, European Commission, European Central Bank. We will have a representative from the ratings agencies, from Moody's, and we will also have academia represented, London School of Economics. So we're going to get around this here very much, I should say. There will be a lot of PowerPoint presentations, and they will also be quite technical. I have seen them, but don't worry, they will all be published on the ministry's website after this here conference. And here comes the most important thing for the moderator. I have tried to speak to my panelists, saying 20 minutes. Panelists then come back and say, can that really be true? Yeah, we can be a little bit flexible, but we have a fairly tight schedule, right? So there's a huge clock on the screen down there that starts counting down, right? I tried to sort of say to some people that when the 20 minutes are over, there might be sort of a big electric shock, but nobody believed in that, right? Nobody believed in that. Anyway, we will be a little bit flexible, but we would like to have, I think, 2 presentations first, then perhaps a question or 2 from the audience. The next 2 presentations, another question or 2, but then also it's very important to have some sort of debate in the panel, but still try to keep it to time. And that's also why I, the moderator, should very soon try to shut up, right? I just need to say a couple more things, and that is then, this is, of course, being live streamed, as is the modern thing to be done. That means, should there be some questions, we need to have that people have microphones, otherwise it can't be heard, of course. And then I hope that we all have our mobile phones on silent, as it is at the moment. I think I did it with my own. Right. Otherwise, we will simply try to jump into it. And according to the list we have there, the first presentation will come here from Latvia, from Mārtiņš Kazaks, the governor of the Bank of Latvia. So, quite frankly, Mārtiņš, please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Morten.
Whoops.
Good morning, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. It's my pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. Given that all the presentations, I understand, are going to be available anyway, so I can just chuck it and then go to the things I want to say. But okay, I'm going to do some slides as well, but quite quickly. But before I kick off, a couple of things. The first one, of course, I'm going to be quite careful in the way I come across of what the fiscal discipline should do. I'm not going to do that. Okay? I'm not going to say what fiscal discipline must do, because that's up to the fiscal policy makers. But I think that, of course, and that is what you can see also in the title of the presentation, I view us, fiscal and monetary policy, as partners, okay, that work together rather than against each other, okay, because I think that is the most efficient outcome. So it is very important for both sides of the equation to understand how do we think about the economic situation, what do we think are the most appropriate policies, what is happening and what will happen in the future. So thereby, don't take my views in terms of what the fiscal policy should do. View it from the perspective of how the monetary policy maker views what happens with fiscal policy. Okay? Because working together, I think it's the best outcome for our societies, because that's the way we can ensure growth, we can ensure welfare and stability and sustainability in the economies. So monetary policy and fiscal policy, in my view, are partners. And we've seen that in the very recent history as well, for instance, in terms of the COVID-19. There, the situation was straightforward, the monetary policy was supportive, fiscal policy was supportive. But, of course, at some point there is a risk that our ways do part. Okay? But I think we have to be aware of the things. What are the mandates of both parts of the equation? And the mandate of the central bank is price stability. And price stability is the key for sustainable economic growth. Okay, so that's why we're raising the interest rates, and we will do so as long as we see inflation coming down. So it would be a shame if we would be working against each other, because excessive fiscal spending, of course, may spill over into higher inflation, which would lead just to higher interest rates. And this kind of tit for tat, I'm not saying that this is happening, this is not happening, but I think that would not be appropriate for our economy. So it's a policy mix that is efficient, and I think both sides have to understand what they are doing and how do they complement each other or support each other. As to the presentation, by and large, 3 segments. The first one is why, in our view, fiscal framework does need to change. Then I'll go to fiscal monetary policy mix, and I would say a very important role for fiscal policy as a stabilization tool. Okay? We can discuss later on, of course, lower bound issues and efficiency of monetary policy under certain conditions and all these kind of things. And of course, a bit touching upon the fiscal rules for Latvia and the debt levels. Okay. So, as to the fiscal rules, so far they've been very much based on the output gap. An output gap, in my view, of course, is a very nice theoretical concept, but by and large, in real life, is something like a Bigfoot. Nobody has ever seen it, and most likely will never see this animal. You just see some kind of an imprint in the snow, and then you try to extrapolate and invent how the animal could look like. And similar things happen with the output gap, and as you can see, euro area to the left, Latvia to the right. Darker bars are real-time estimates of output gap upon which the fiscal policy decisions are being made. And then what we can see, the lighter bars show latest estimates, so ex-post estimates. And as we can see, especially at the times of turning business cycles, we can see that those differences are really massive. Okay? That means, for instance, that in 2006 and 2007, we thought that we are about, in the Latvian case, the data was interpreted as we are about balanced in terms of the output gap. But later on, of course, we realized that there was a huge positive output gap. And this potentially leads to policy mistakes. What we can see, okay, I jumped one more. No, here I am. And then the question is, how well has the fiscal policy worked as a shock absorber? And due to the uncertainties of the output gap, of course, it may not fit the situation as it should at that moment in time. What do I mean is, if the output gap is positive, then in fact fiscal policy should be less expansionary. If there is a negative output gap, then of course fiscal policy can be more supportive to the economy. Given the uncertainties in the estimates of the output gap, what we see, again, euro area to the left, Latvia to the right, the darker areas show the pro-cyclical fiscal stance, lighter areas, counter-cyclical fiscal stance, and we do see that life is what it is, okay, and it's not always been very right to the point, to be very polite, okay? So then, what about the new approach? The new approach, in our view, of course, is conceptually more robust. Why? Because there's no one magic number upon which it's based. There is no full reliance on the output gap, and we look at various scenarios. So this is, of course, somewhat more uncertain, but in a way it provides you more kind of risk assessment of where you could be. And it also, of course, provides various scenarios. It provides state dependency issues, risks of nonlinearities can be taken into account, and all these kind of relevant theoretical concepts. What we see here, this is the Bank of Latvia estimate for various scenarios for euro area and for Latvia, but I would not advise you kind of to pick specific dates. It's just for illustrative purposes. Okay? So it provides more flexibility and understanding what could be at a given moment in time sustainable for the public debt and what could potentially cause problems. But of course, these models need to be tested in practice. Okay? Theoretically, it looks as an improvement, but only practice will tell. As for the monetary policy mix, here again, the role of fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is crucial for many reasons. I will just very briefly provide some of them and will leave more to the discussion. Point one, as we can see to the left, financial markets in Latvia are quite shallow. If you take a look at loans to GDP, so the credit channel, it is one of the narrowest, currently the narrowest in euro area, which means that credit channel for interest rates works through relatively weakly. Also, as a small open economy, we are prone to lots of external shocks, and with common monetary policy, we may not be able to address them. Okay? That's why stabilization role of fiscal policy is very important. And I'm not adding here already the discussion that I mentioned somewhat in terms of state dependency, lower bound problems, for instance, when monetary policy starts to use other instruments rather than interest rates, okay? And fiscal policy in those cases we've seen is very potent as a policy tool to supplement monetary policy. And if you take a look at the chart to the right, this is a permanent shock of 1 percentage point to the economy, cumulative impact, and we also can see, and that is also our estimate at the Bank of Latvia using our DSGE model, it does show that fiscal transfers can be a powerful tool to stabilize the economy. So no reason to shy away. Fiscal policy is an important tool for economic management. Of course, the question is how one does use it. And here, of course, it is important to have a longer-term perspective. It only takes a crisis, as we've seen also in the case of the Latvian economy, but here we can see also example for the euro area overall, that episodes of crisis can raise public debt quite sharply. Okay, so some kind of buffer needs to be there for monetary policy to work and for fiscal policy to be effective as well. In the case of Latvia, what we can see, the lower point here, the blue triangle, is Latvian debt in 2000, and then the dark red dot is debt to GDP for 22. So the debt level is still quite low, but we saw that in 2008 and 9 crisis, debt more than doubled as percentage of GDP. Okay? So keeping some kind of buffer which allows you for monetary policy and fiscal policy to work is, in our view, very important. So too much of a good thing, too much of fiscal tool being used, of course, can run one into trouble. So it's very important to focus not only on the spending itself, but on the quality of spending, and I'll come back to that a bit later as well. Okay, so what about the fiscal rules for Latvia? I do admire Nils Saks because he does understand this, okay? At least the system that is there. I think that there are very few people in Latvia who truly understand that, and a bit more than that in Europe overall, because the rules are really fixed. I've been part of the Fiscal Discipline Council myself, so I am the one also of the relatively small group of people who have dived in these things. But this is a very complex situation. Okay? Sometimes simple rules are beneficial. The system so far is not simple. Okay? But anyway, what do we see? What are the choices? So, expenditure rule. In my view, and this is also shown by the analysis of my colleagues at the Bank of Latvia, and they've done a very good job on that. Expenditure rule, in our view, is a good starting point. And I'm not going to go too much into the simulations, but here is what you can see. By and large, what we can see, the darker line is the structural balance rule, and the reddish lines are expenditure growth rule, and the kind of red dotted line is the expenditure growth rule with stronger debt correction. So you try to reduce and correct for debt somewhat earlier. What do we see? By and large, the trade-off is very simple. If you use expenditure rule, you take away massive fluctuations in fiscal spending year to year. Okay? And that reduces fluctuations in economic activity. But of course, the fluctuations in debt levels are much wider. Okay? And this is what you can see, for instance, in the government debt to GDP, lower left, and then kind of the stabilizatory impact on GDP, lower right chart. But for country to be able to use it, of course, you need some kind of headroom for debt, okay, so that it doesn't run you into problems. So expenditure rule, in our view, is a good starting point, and it's a reasonable debt stabilization, the economic stabilization tool. Of course, one has to be cautious also about the quality of the spending. The contents of fiscal spending are very, very important. So the next point that I want to mention is strict enforcement of those rules. Okay? Even if you have a headroom, you have to take care of that. To be able to spend in bad times, one needs to have headroom that is created during good times. And unfortunately, what do we see in this chart? In this chart, we see that there has been some deficit bias. On x-axis, we see growth differential to long-term trend. So if you're above zero, growth is above long-term trend. If you're below zero, growth is lower than long-term trend. And on the vertical axis, government budget balance, overall budget balance. Okay. Unfortunately, what we see, we concentrated in the quadrant when economy grows faster, the debt does grow as well. Okay, or there is not positive balance. So we are not, and this is Latvian data, we have not been able to run surpluses as a country during times when economic growth has been above long-term average. Okay. To our benefit, of course, is the very low debt level that we started off with before 2008 crisis. Similar problem we can see, of course, across Europe as such as well. Then, of course, the issue of the government, the size of government, how big is the government expenditure, and Minister of Finance already quite eloquently touched upon this. And if I may characterize here Latvia is a country with a small government, okay, with a small share of public spending as percent of GDP. Is that sufficient? Well, it's up to the society and politicians to decide. But there are lots of needs. So at the end of the day, if public spending must increase, for instance, due to security reasons, due to geopolitical shifts, it needs to be covered by permanent revenues rather than just by debt accumulation. Because that, if it happens through debt accumulation, it is likely to reduce ability to counteract problems during times of crisis. Okay? And that may lead to much harsher economic downturns. So I'm not going to discuss it now, but as we can see in terms of R&D, which could be driving growth in the future, we are quite little in our spending as percent of GDP. We also need healthy population. There we spend quite little as well. So at the end of the day, if one wants to spend more, revenues need to cover it. It cannot be done just by raising debt. Coming back to the efficiency of spending. Here what we've done, we've plotted public spending efficiency in healthcare and efficiency in social protection. And this efficiency frontier that we've calculated, that my colleagues have analyzed, on the horizontal axis, we have public spending, either on healthcare or social protection as percent of GDP. And then for healthcare, for instance, as one of possible indicators, healthy life expectancy. Unfortunately, we're not doing that well. Okay. We can do better with this same funding, so there is potentially some improvement in the way the funds are being spent. And similar thing in social protection. Okay. We are not really kind of here the best in the group. There is some improvement certainly to be attained. And then let me come back to the last point, and let me conclude with this, which is, how high public debt is too high? And I don't think that anyone can answer. Okay? Why? Because it's very much state dependent. Okay? It depends also what do you want to achieve. Okay? It depends upon quality of spending. Is that just a spending that's a straightforward expenditure, or is that investment that produces future growth and improves growth potential, and therefore the economy grows faster? So there's so many moving parts that one cannot very clearly say, well, this is the number. It's never going to be the situation. It's also dependent upon how big the country is, what's the country's reputation, what's the leeway for its ability to borrow, what's the strength of the financial markets. So it's a very complex equation to solve. So the only thing that one can very clearly say, and literature is very clear on that too much debt is restrictive for growth. Too much debt reduces ability to react during times of crisis. Okay. but there is no one single answer. So one has to be very careful. Currently, I would say the Latvian debt levels are reasonably low, but it would take only one very big crisis for us to be in an absolutely different situation. So it's very important to maintain that headroom, whatever it is. And that's for discussions, of course, and for fiscal policymakers to decide what it is. So the key takeaways, fiscal support is an important tool to stabilize the economy. Okay? It has to be used, but it has to be used in the forward-looking manner so that today's problems being resolved does not cause future problems. Same for monetary policy, of course. Okay? Monetary policy should also be forward-looking. Expenditure rule, it's a decent choice, a promising avenue to continue. Pro-fiscal loosening, pro-cyclical fiscal loosening in good times needs to be avoided. Unfortunately, historically, we see that we have a tendency to slip towards pro-cyclicality. And spending needs to be financed by additional revenue. Okay, so in short, I think fiscal discipline does pay off. And when we do appreciate it, it's during the times of crisis. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Martins, and some very good food for thought. The easiest slide that you had, that was the one where it says Latvian fiscal rules, good luck. Right? Also the funniest one, obviously. But I think it's very timely also because our next speaker is the person who can speak about fiscal rules and not least fiscal rules for the future. So I would really like to welcome the chairman of the European Fiscal Board, Mr. Niels Thygesen, to give his presentation on future fiscal rules, what to expect or perhaps what to fear. We shall see. But please, thanks a lot for being here today, and the floor is yours.
Minister, Governor, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. If I may begin by correcting slightly what the moderator said, I do recall that one of my first tasks when I had become chairman of the European Fiscal Board was an invitation from Latvia, from the Latvian Parliament at the time, I believe, in 2017, where there was a detailed discussion of the topics we are also facing today. And that's a pretty good record for a country that is doing quite well itself on these problems. So I congratulate Latvia both on that and on the performance in particular, of course. When you get a very difficult topic, then in my case, the future of European fiscal rules, then the first inclination is, of course, to say we must see what have we learned from past experience. The governor has already given us a lot of food for thought on that. But I want to adopt a more general impression of how we have learned from the past. And I have the advantage, if you want to call it that I've been associated in advising the European Commission, both at the time of the implementation of the first plan for EMU in the early 1970s and later in the implementation of the current EMU. So I think there are some lessons that are important and that illustrate the attitudes that have changed in that long period. I have 3 items on my agenda: the purposes, the objectives of fiscal rules governance. Second, the approaches to governance, how they depend on how you formulate those purposes. And the third one is, of course, how the current reform proposals fit in. I'm not going to predict what exactly will happen, but there is, of course, an outline which is quite detailed and which needs some comments. First, on the purposes of governance. The Maastricht Treaty objectives were very limited when we look back on them. Fiscal governance should focus on limiting the risks of destabilizing spillover effects from high or rapidly rising national public indebtedness. That was the one legitimate purpose that was accepted by all. What happened to the stabilizing role of fiscal policy, you may ask? The treaty was agreed at the end of 2 decades of unstable fiscal policies. often pro-cyclical. And fiscal policy had become somewhat discredited at the time, in sharp contrast to the Keynesian optimism as to the potential of fiscal policy when we had the first plan for EMU 2 decades before that. Then the authors of that first plan argued in favor of centralizing some fiscal authority at the European level because they thought they had both the information and the willingness to conduct a stabilizing policy. But by 1990, the view that fiscal policy for stabilization could be left out of the framework had prevailed. The evidence of deficit bias and the lack of information available, I think, convinced policymakers at the time. The purposes of governance, of course, go beyond that. The purposes of fiscal policy go beyond either stabilization or just sustainability. If you look at any public finance literature, there are at least two other very important issues. One is the ambitious one of raising the growth potential of the economy, not just minimize the fluctuations around high employment, by making the allocation of public expenditure more efficient and hence also helping private investment. And second, to bring about, through expenditure tax and transfer policies, a distribution of incomes that is fairer and more inclusive than the market can produce. These two purposes, the allocative and the distributional purpose, were to be reserved strictly in the treaty for national decision-making. The subsidiarity and proportionality principles in the treaty hardly leave any room to argue that the EMU should change that. The burden of proof was to be squarely on those who argued that these policies should be pursued, objectives should be pursued at the European level. Once you have, a one-dimensional policy objective such as the Maastricht Treaty can do with also simple rules of implementation. Because if you have only one purpose, of course, you can look at setting some average target levels for public deficits and public debt in particular, and monitor them with limited flexibility, ultimately in order to get back to more prudent levels. You may say, why should we want to look at both the deficits and debt? Of course, the deficits are the way of influencing debt in a major way. But if the legitimate purpose of fiscal rules is particularly to look at the longer-term evolution of debt, then the debt criterion is the most important. But all of that, these rules saying, accepting by governments that they're getting into a risky area if they transgress the ceilings that are set. They rely, of course, on the fact that the recommendations or the judgments that are made are implemented, and that there's willingness to do so. Some scope for judgment was always left, and the principle of automaticity was rejected in the treaty. But discretion has been taken much further on two occasions by the European institutions that were charged with looking after the fiscal rules. The first was the Franco-German revolt in 2003, when these two governments were supported by Belgium and Italy and effectively blocked the Commission's recommendation of adjustment. Then the rules were revised the first time. Then after 2015, when the recovery after the crisis progressed rather slowly, and the Commission began interpreting the rules with more discretion than was originally intended. And two other purposes came back during that period, also engineered, of course, by the perception that there had been a failure of governance in the crisis period, too much fiscal adjustment and too little emphasis on the longer-term growth. And these two objectives were to avoid pro-cyclical policies and to protect growth-friendly expenditures better than had been done during the crisis. Then we get to, if you have a multiple objectives, on the other hand, then require an expanded rule book to manage the trade-offs. But neither of the two additional elements that were brought in were well served in the pre-pandemic period. European Fiscal Board in 2019 produced a report which showed that quite clearly. Sustainability, we could be argued, was certainly not undermined, maybe aided marginally. But compliance with the rules was weak, particularly in the high-debt countries. And I have a graph here which shows the countries in red, the 6 to 7 countries that have been typically at very high levels of debt. They separated further from the two other groups, those with moderate debt and those where Latvia belongs, the green ones that are constantly below 60%, in fact averaging around 40%. There was another problem in that pre-pandemic period. The ever lower interest rates eased the concerns about sustainability. Monetary policy reached its lower bound. The ECB even asked for help from more complementary fiscal policies to deliver 2% inflation. On the whole, there was little appetite for reforming governance prior to the pandemic. Maybe the EU was lucky not to have made the full attempt to do so at that time. In any case, the outbreak of the pandemic brought other things to the agenda and led to the activation of the so-called severe downturn clause, or the escape clause, developing a de facto suspension of the framework now for almost 4 years. How do the current reforms fit in? The double legacy of the pandemic and the crisis has left two conflicting demands: stronger commitment to debt reduction strategies where they are needed, in particular, and a return to the Central Treaty objective of 30 years ago. Secondly, and importantly, for the first time, really more emphasis on growth-friendly and other priority expenditures and structural reforms, bringing in explicitly the allocative objective of fiscal policy. What can we say about these two elements? The big questions are, will strategies for medium-term debt reduction outlined by the Commission's debt sustainability analysis, which I think Stéphanie Pamis will talk much more about, and which represents, in my view, a further strong evolution of making this framework a very credible one for evaluating the future. Would those strategies monitor through expenditure plans developed by governments and agreed ultimately with the Council? Will they be seen as promoting national ownership, and is that ownership going as far as it should, or is it maybe going too far? That is a key decision. Secondly, will the merging of fiscal and structural surveillance, which is implied also in the new proposals, to assess the impact of public investments and structural reforms on public finances or potential growth, will they help or erode compliance? There is one major problem that the fiscal rules so far are of a macroeconomic nature. They refer to deficits and debt, which are measurable and since it's macroeconomic quantities, whereas the structural reforms refer to more qualitative indicators, which are the impact of which are much harder to evaluate. There are ambitious proposals from the Commissions on both these items. The big question is, of course, whether they can be agreed by governments, and, as is currently the aim, by the end of 2023. Major questions here relate, as I already hinted, to the transparency of the proposed surveillance and the ambition of integrating fiscal and structural surveillance. I would personally answer positively to the next question I put. Can the advanced analysis of the risks of unsustainable public finances become the essential starting point and reference point for policy recommendations? That is really a key point. Can the virtue of the numerical nature of the macroeconomic Stability and Growth Pact still be merged with the more qualitative and microeconomic recommendations which have had a poor record of compliance in the past? The Commission has chosen to leave out the longer-term issues of any joint central fiscal capacities to provide some stabilization more jointly at the EU level and to supply the public goods with a European dimension, and also the future role of a crisis lender, the European Stability Mechanism. We may need both of these items and not in the very distant future. The issues cannot be long postponed, but raising them now, it must be acknowledged, would have complicated the efforts to reform the rules-based framework. So it's understandable that the Commission took this decision. The reform would soften the distinction between the EU and national tasks, nevertheless, by stressing the element of national ownership. The proposals could be seen as a final version of decentralized surveillance, which respects still the subsidiarity in the area of allocation of expenditures. However, the rapid evolution of the challenges to provide EU public goods will advance the need to agree on more complementary efforts. We can see now already that the midterm review of the current 7-year budget is maybe too early for that discussion, but it is already coming. And the preparation of the next multi-annual framework is not very far into the future. So these issues will come up naturally. Has the reform learned sufficiently from the past? In many ways it has, clearly. The emphasis on the medium term, on focus on gross errors of policy, not every small step that transgresses a line, strong national differentiation. These are elements that are more in line with the experience of correcting the experience of the past. But one can feel that in the discussions, this is not quite enough for a number of countries. And annual common benchmarks are coming back into the system, mainly referring to headline deficit reduction. They may look reassuring and transparent, but they could, even if they are set at a very modest level, fairly modest level, 0.5 percentage point a year on the deficit, they could be a distraction from the key compliance with the national expenditure plans that are to be agreed with the Council itself. The core of the new system must lie in the expenditure plans because they tie up both the national government, it will be harder to look apart from that, and it will also be harder for the Council not to adopt enforcement if they are not observed. There is a control account system where you can monitor almost year by year how things are progressing, and one wonders why it has not been possible to use that mechanism instead of introducing the extra common benchmarks. A basic lesson, I think, of the attempts in the past of creating EMU have been that adopting rules that fiscally weak countries do not comply with, and stronger ones are either unable or unwilling to enforce, could prove counterproductive. We must be sure that implementation is feasible. Let me end with one of the remarkable quotes from John Maynard Keynes in the very last page of his General Theory. He says, practical men, and here he includes policymakers, they think they themselves are immune to economic theories and principles. They are, he puts it very strongly, slaves of a defunct economist without knowing that they are. I think the current situation is quite different. In fact, what we have seen both in the first attempt of EMU and when the Maastricht Treaty was written was that finance ministers and central bankers, and those are the people who wrote the Maastricht Treaty basically, they are advised by a group of highly professional economists who look at the latest developments in macroeconomics. When a new framework is underway, a new perspective in macroeconomics comes, they seize it and they try to use it and integrate it into the analysis. At the time of the Maastricht Treaty, that was very clear. The central bankers were even more keen on the notion of commitment in policies, the medium term and expectations, than were most economists. In the old days of the Werner Plan in 1970, the people who wrote that plan were, in a sense, obsessed with the effectiveness that had been shown by fiscal policy in the 1960s, which had not quite been absorbed yet at the political level, and therefore it didn't materialize at the time. But it's important to find the right balance, and maybe we have a good chance this time that there's no major breakthrough. There is a reassessment of the potential of fiscal policy, which is quite appropriate. But there's also a sense that debt levels have reached such a level that the risk analysis that's being proposed at the core of the new plans are essential to observe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot indeed. And I very much enjoyed to have this sort of history overview, but also discussion of when economics and politics, they collide with each other, which they certainly have done, and I have this feeling they will continue to do so. Then, after two presentations, I'm a little bit afraid because we have a big audience, lots of people and so on, but perhaps if there is a question or two from the audience to either of our presenters, this here could be the time. It's very good if there's not, because it makes life much easier for the moderator, right? Niels, you have to wait for a microphone to come, because otherwise people cannot hear it in terms of the live streaming. And even though we all know who you are, you will say it nevertheless, and you will ask a specific question and tell to whom it is. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Niels Saks, Director of Fiscal Policy Department in the Ministry of Finance, Latvia. First of all, thank you very much, and thank you for kind words. I have two questions for Martins and Niels. So for Martins, still the interplay between monetary and the fiscal policy, because I say for the fiscal policy, I should care about the economic cycles to make a counter-cyclical. And it's not always correspond to the inflation. There can be the positive output gap and low inflation like we lived quite some time. So what ECB expects from fiscal policy? Because the simple answer, I don't care about the inflation. I care about the fluctuations and the economic cycles, even if not using output gaps, but other factors. Or I should think about zero level bond and now the high inflation, irrespective of where we are in the economic cycle. I can't find the right answer here about the mix how fiscal policy should hold monetary. And for Niels, short question, what are your views about the golden rules in the new fiscal framework? Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I'm going to be quite cautious because I'm in a silent period this week, starting from today, which means that we have next week monetary policy meeting, and so I have to be cautious in terms of that. But, you know, I got a sense in a way that, you know, you don't care about inflation. You know, you care only about the cyclicality in the economy. It's not really that fiscal policy does not or should not bother about inflation either. Of course, it depends how high inflation is. Okay? Because it does affect the economy, it does affect same tax revenues, like when inflation is sharply increasing, you will have excess with respect to the forecasted revenues when inflation starts to come down. then of course you will see the opposite direction. So in a way, it's not that you can, kind of the fiscal policy can paint its own picture. Of course, it's also not as simple as, for instance, as I was in a way, don't misunderstand me, I was not trying to paint the picture that fiscal and monetary policy are both sitting in the same car, and this is fiscal policy that just sits next to the driver, and the monetary policy is the one that has the wheel, and the monetary policy does whatever the monetary policy wants to, and then the fiscal simply complies. It says, okay, I'm just going to ride along. Of course, it's not that simple. And there will not going to be kind of a very straightforward and simple answer. What you have to do is going to be state dependent. And you already mentioned some of the issues. I think, for instance, if inflation is way too low and interest rates are already in lower bound territory, and there is risk of deflation, I think for fiscal policy there is certainly a role to play. Okay? But also I would say the past 10 years have also shown that one has to take into account, in terms of expansionary policies, their longer-term impact, their negative externalities. What may happen, for instance, with too much overall stimulus, because there are non-linearities. When the inflation kind of is kicked off, it's possible that it jumps way too high than anyone had expected, which means that fiscal policy has to take into account also these inflationary dynamics. And I think this is also a very nice kind of one of the elements that may stabilize this economy and try to find this alignment among the fiscal and monetary policy is the Fiscal Discipline Council establishments. Because they, of course, also are forward-looking. They take a look at how the forecasts are likely to develop, what's the likely scenario analysis, where one has to be much more cautious. So there is no single recipe. I think it's kind of, we are in the same car, but we have to agree and be aware of common aims. And the aim is well-being, welfare, economic growth of our societies, and high inflationary regimes or too low inflationary regimes, disinflationary regimes, kind of deflationary regimes, are not good for growth. Okay, so we are by and large in the same car. Okay, but unfortunately the rules of the game are not that simple. Of course, being a monetary policy maker, if we take a look at all the regulation and legislation, it is monetary dominance, to be frank. Okay? So monetary policy and inflation and price stability is the baseline or the kind of the fundament on what we're building all these policies. So
you don't have to make it into another presentation, but yeah.
So answering to Nils, I think the communication and common understanding is very important. And here one other element, I hope we'll get to that, is, and Nils mentioned that, is common fiscal facility. We have one monetary policy, and we have 20, plus European Commission fiscal policies. It doesn't sound that good, at least to my ear. Okay? I think there's still lots of things to do to improve our institutional framework. Also banking union, also capital markets union. It's all going to make us stronger. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you to Niels Sachs for the question on the golden rules. The European Fiscal Board started out being somewhat in favor of this idea. But when we began to study carefully the national experiences with countries that have used the golden rules rather fully, I would say, notably Germany and the United Kingdom, but also countries outside Europe, the experiences were not very positive. It had been too difficult to manage, to monitor, and we therefore approved, in a sense, that the method of having golden rules in the pre-pandemic period should be somewhat limited, and it was limited to countries that could claim to be in negative output gap positions, then they should not be, in a sense, pushed into more restrictive policies vis-à-vis investment. But now we note that the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, has created, in a sense, a new style of intervention support policies. But in a way we don't think is necessarily durable, because it is too detailed. It will in the long run backfire on the European Union if it sees all these detailed projects and detailed reforms in countries as a major contributor to economic growth. Maybe they are in the aggregate, but having, say, electric buses instead of traditional fossil-driven buses in some towns, it's simply too hard to quantify and monitor. So when the RF expires, I think it's important that there is a rethink of the Golden Rule function. It cannot, if neither the RF can be extended because it was also seen as a one-off position, and we cannot return to the old system of trying to encourage it totally in liberty. One should consider that the way of sponsoring long-term growth in Europe would rather be through a few larger strategic investment projects through the European system in energy linkages, large-scale infrastructure projects in the transport sector, rather than leaving it again to countries to look after their own interests, and then leave it to countries to look after their own interests as regards the details of the composition. I was struck in a way. I had one experience as chair of the European Fiscal Board. I was invited to the Committee of the Regions not so long ago in Brussels when they met, and there was strong criticism, to my surprise, of the RF even. It was too interventionist, and there was still criticizing the European Union for intervening in the allocation of expenditure inside countries. I think in the long run we would see some danger in that process. So we have a preference for leaving that in accordance with, in a sense, the subsidiarity principle also to countries. Spending reviews and all that would be great, but to concentrate on a few strategic European projects. Thank you. I think I may also add to what the governor said about inflation. We don't exaggerate in the European Fiscal Board the importance of fiscal policy in influencing inflation, but we think it could help slightly over the next few years if there were more emphasis on fiscal sustainability. That would ease the problem of the ECB to have to raise interest rates maybe further or keep them higher than they would be with a somewhat more prudent fiscal policy. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this. And then we go to our next two presentations. First will be Stéphanie Parmy, will speak about debt sustainability, very specifically in an EU context or EU fiscal framework context. You work for the European Commission, and not only do you work for the European Commission, you are head of sustainability of public finances. So who else to get to make a talk about it then? So please come here and let's hear what you have to say. Please.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this invitation and the opportunity to try to make sense of the EU fiscal rules and the reform that we are trying to achieve. So I take as an encouragement the good luck message that I had this morning about the fiscal rules. So first I will recall, and I will be quite fast on it, what are the current challenges we are facing and the future ones that we have ahead, and why the current juncture is particularly important to go ahead with this reform of the fiscal rules. Then I will provide a description of what is cooking, basically what is the objective and how we want to transform the fiscal rules. So I will develop indeed more about the debt sustainability analysis tool, which is something that we have put as an important element of the new framework to play a new role in the new fiscal framework. And finally, I will show some, dig deeper into how it would work in practice and illustrate this with some examples, having in mind also the specific cases of countries such as Latvia, where public finances challenges don't seem as acute as in other countries, but nonetheless, countries, we need a framework that can work for all. So in terms of the current future challenges, so I will be quite quick on this because I think this is something that has been already said this morning. So we are in a situation where we've had a succession of crises, very important crises, so the debt level on aggregate level has kept increasing. We've seen at the same time there has been divergences. So we have a group of countries where debt is much higher and has increased, and another group of countries that have managed to keep debt at much more limited levels. But overall risks are higher. We also are now in a new macro financial environment, because for years we had this situation of low interest rate, and there were lots of debates about low for long and debt as a free lunch, etc. But now the situation has really completely, I would say, or quite significantly turned around. We've had, of course, the COVID-19 crisis that created some supply bottlenecks, and we had, of course, the Russian war of aggression, and created a number of inflationary energy crises, inflation pressures. But we have also a number of longer-term trends that could imply that these inflation pressures could last a bit. So there could be some persistence, or at least there are a number of factors that could go in this direction. So logically, monetary policy has reacted, and we've seen quite a very, important decisive reaction of ECB and central banks in general, implying that the famous R minus differential, so the difference between interest rate and growth rate, has increased. It was negative for many years, and now it's turning, and it's becoming positive and more positive for some countries, which means that this issue of debt sustainability is back to the forefront and is a reason of concern. So again, after many years where this was a bit left in the back. In terms of future challenges, so it was already evoked also this morning, population aging is there, it's happening, it will accentuate in the next decades, which means that the cost on public finances related to this aging related expenditure will further increase. It already absorbs at EU aggregate level a large part of public spending, so it represents about a quarter of EU GDP, and we see that this, despite a number of reforms, important reforms that have been carried out in a number of member states, we will just about contain the increase. And of course, we run a number of scenarios, and we could have also situations where this increase is more important. So basically, the demand for the welfare-related welfare state and social protection is there to stay and to increase. And of course, we also have climate change, something we have not evoked too much so far. But so here there is a huge uncertainty about how the quantification and what it will effectively represent in terms of impact on public finances. But I mean, for sure, there will be a cost, whether it's linked to the increased frequency magnitude of extreme weather events, also because we need to invest to adapt to this new environment, climate conditions, also to carry on mitigation policies to ensure that global warming is contained as much as it can be. So we all know that, I mean, again, the quantification is a very difficult exercise. I think as macroeconomists, we are really still at the beginning of this task. But nonetheless, this also represents another challenge. So in this context, it's very important that we can reform our fiscal rules because, okay, as been said already, there have been many shortcomings with the current frameworks. Was shown by Niels, for example. We have not a very good track record of compliance. For some countries, there's been a lack of national ownership, complexity has been evoked. So a number of shortcomings that we need to try addressing. So there's been a long process to come up with this reform, a number of consultations. The COVID Crisis indeed put things a bit on a standstill for a while, but things didn't stop. But there was a very important step that was reached, so end of 2022. So the Commission published some orientation for a reform of the fiscal rules that prompted intensive debates with the member states, and who also came up with conclusions about their position on this communication. And that led now with a legislative proposal that was put on the table by the Commission at the end of April, with now again a new cycle of discussion, negotiation with the member states, with the objective indeed to reach an agreement by the end of the year. So what are the key objectives and the principle of the reforms? So as was evoked also in different interventions this morning, really we want to put at the core of the system to strengthen debt sustainability. So with this focus on gross policy errors, really ensuring that where the risks are the highest, we have a new framework that can help addressing these risks, reducing these risks, to avoid adverse spillover effects on the whole EMU and on the EU as a whole. But at the same time, there is also the, almost as important objective, of course, is to promote growth. And the two, in a sense, are related, of course, because growth is a key driver, also a key variable in the equation of debt sustainability. So you can't achieve one against the other. They both reinforce each other. So how do we do that? We have a number of key elements, principles, and instruments that are part of the proposal. So first, we want to move more towards a medium-term approach. So far, the system was more focused on short-term, often backward-looking. So, and for doing this, we propose to put at the cornerstone of the system the so-called medium-term fiscal structural plans that would be indeed integrating plans that are about fiscal policy, but also that integrate commitments in terms of reforms and investment, so touching about both fiscal and structural issues. And we also want to create incentives for reforms and investment. So it's not like an RRF type facility. Of course, here we are talking about fiscal rules, so we don't have money to put on the table, but we want to create this kind of incentives by giving the possibility of member states to have a more gradual adjustment path, provided that they commit to reforms and investment. Another important element is to ensure that there is more ownership of the fiscal rules, because, as Anne said, this was probably the stupid EU fiscal rules, and so we want things that are designed by the member states, of course, following a common framework and respecting certain criteria, but it's really their plans, reflecting their national priorities, with a more gradual and differentiated fiscal adjustment. So it needs to reflect what are the challenges of the countries. And then once member states commit to this plan that is then endorsed by the Council, we hope that this will allow a better enforcement, because it will more reflect also what are the key priorities at national level. And lastly, I think, and this is of course will always remain a challenge, is we will to go towards simplification of the rules. Of course, because there is a huge diversity of objectives, and I mean, EU countries are not the same, so I think this is an objective that will be always difficult to reach, but nonetheless, I think there is a key element of simplification of the framework is to have a single operational indicator, which is primary expenditure. We believe this is an important element of improvement, because it's an indicator on which governments have a more direct control, and that is easier to observe also because of all the shortcomings that have been pointed out already this morning on output gaps and variables linked to the output gap. So this is a bit how the new framework would work. Basically, we will start from the Commission providing guidance to the Member States on what are the adjustment needs, basically, and this I will explain in more details. So once the Commission has provided this information, this guidance on how to design the fiscal path, Member States will prepare their national plans, so again, including both a fiscal path and a number or set of reforms and investment. This will be assessed by the Commission and discussed at the Council level, which will then decide either to endorse or ask for revisions, possibly of the plans. And then we enter, of course, the implementation phase where compliance is assessed by the Commission and the Council. So to dig a bit deeper into how the new system would function, so at the inception, as I said, there is this important step where the Commission provides guidance. And this is important first to help Member States to prepare their plans, but also retain a multilateral approach and ensure equal treatment, because of course, all Member States have to fulfill a number of criteria. We're talking about EU fiscal rules. And here, there would be a differentiation between countries with basically the highest debt challenges, so either country for which debt is higher than the 60% of GDP threshold, or country which have high deficits. So for those countries, the Commission will provide more extensive guidance, I would say, because with this new system, we want really to focus where the risks are the highest. But for Member States that seem to have a bit less risk, the Commission would also provide what we call technical information, which is more focused on fulfilling the deficit criteria, ensuring that the fulfillment of the deficit criterion is met. So really we have this differentiation from the start, because the objective here is indeed to focus on gross policy errors and to focus on where the risks are the highest. So as I mentioned also at the beginning, so in this new setup, we want to give a bigger role to the debt sustainability analysis, which is basically a tool that will help to provide at the phase of preparing this technical guidance, and which will be an anchor also for the Member States to prepare their plans. So on this, a few words, because with the word debt sustainability analysis, there are often a lot of fears or perhaps it's associated to maybe some traumatic events or episodes at EU level. So we're talking basically about a common method to project public debt. So it's a multilateral public debt projection framework. And with this, at the Commission level, we use this framework basically to identify risks that debt will not stabilize in the future under current policies, and basically to identify where there is a need for policy action and what type of policy action. It can be through tightening fiscal policy, but it can also be through adapting economic policy, structural reforms, etc. So it's not a tool that serves not primarily, at least to conclude on whether debt is sustainable or not sustainable, but to identify where there is a need for policy correction, basically. And this assessment depends on a number of elements, so the debt level, of course, the trajectory, room for policy action, but room for corrective action, and vulnerability to shocks. As we've seen, we are in an environment of uncertainty, so it's important to consider different possible macro-financial conditions in the future. Okay, so why do we think this tool should play a more important role? Well, if the key objective of the fiscal rules is about ensuring debt sustainability, well, we think that this tool should have a bigger role, because this is what this tool precisely is about. Because also we have this high level of debt, these challenges, we think it's very important to have this medium-term perspective and not just focus on 1-2 years, because we will not be able to address this challenge in a couple of years. And really, for that reason, the DSA can serve this purpose, because it has this medium-term approach. It also puts a key concept at the center of the system, and the key concept is basically the debt dynamic. Well, so far the fiscal rules have put more conventional formula that were not necessarily fully economically funded at the center of the system. Then also so this is really what we think is important, is focusing on debt. So this is an observable variable. It's the key variable. This is what we want to have control on somehow through expenditure, again, which is a variable on which governments have direct control. And of course, we need to ensure that the different variables that underpin this dynamic can work together, so hence also the focus on growth. The current approach relies to some extent, at least, on common assumption and methodology, so it's not something new. Again, I'm trying to to go fast. Okay, I'm sorry, I have too many slides. So it's not something that we developed 6 months ago for the purpose of the reform. It has been there since the early 2000s, and we reinforced it over the years, especially since the global financial crisis. We report extensively on it. Every year we have a very detailed report that we discuss with the member states. So it's, again, something that has been there for a long time. It already plays a role in the current setup. It's a weak role. I wouldn't pretend it influences a lot the overall outcome, but nonetheless, it is already present. Okay, and now to also bring some perspective that, I mean, as I said, we want to focus on where the risks are the highest, but we also want to keep some guidance also for the low debt country. Maybe I'll go fast on that because I have...
Take another 5, that's
okay. Okay.
I just have to start out by being serious.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Okay. So for the country with low debt and deficit, of course, we will also provide some form of technical guidance, more focused on the deficit. And why is that? Well, it's because we are conscious that, as been said this morning, it's very difficult to pinpoint what is the optimal level of debt. And we've seen in the past countries in difficult situations, despite having a fairly low level of debt. Because if you have suddenly a very high shock and debt increases a lot, that might create some large uncertainty or even confusion on the pricing of the country, and we have seen strong market reactions in the past, even for countries where the debt level was not so high. Also, it can be a situation of country where the current debt level is not so high, but we know that there will be very, very high pressure in the future coming from different structural trends. So we also need to ensure that these countries don't overly expand and also carry out the appropriate reforms. So how will that work in practice? So I hinted that there will be kind of different approaches or depending on the type of countries. For the most, for the riskiest countries, so we will prepare technical trajectories as a first step, and the key criteria that need to be fulfilled. So within the plan is that country will have to carry out an adjustment that is sufficient to ensure that they put basically their debt on a downward trajectory, and not only in one possible configuration, which we call the baseline, but also under possibly more adverse shocks. We also need to ensure that the deficits will be brought and remain below 3% of GDP. So these are the key elements, the key criteria. So we want the country to adjust, to put debt on a downward path. This is our core objective, and to ensure also that the deficit remains below 3, because this is a core element of the fiscal rules. Then we also propose a number of benchmark and safeguards. Why? Because this system is quite new. It's something that is quite different from the previous one. So it's to provide some reassurance to the member states that there will be sufficient fiscal effort, no backloading, so that the system will deliver sufficiently on its premise to reduce debt. We propose the debt sustainability analysis framework to assess this plausibility. So by running a number of stress tests, so different scenarios that will be run to ensure that debt will decline under different circumstances. So this is the kind of illustrative simulations that we've carried out here for a high debt country. So here is a country for which we find that an adjustment of 0.65 per year will be sufficient to ensure that debt decline with sufficiently high probability in the future. Then for countries that have lower debt levels and deficits, so here what we will provide is more like an indication of the primary balance beyond which the country should not deconsolidate to ensure that their deficit remain below 3% of GDP. And basically here you can have two configurations. You can have countries, because they have future pressures on their public spending, will need to consolidate, despite the fact that currently they have low level of deficit and debt. While for others, there is some fiscal room for maneuver, so they can set differently, deconsolidate their fiscal position, but to a certain point. Because if they do so much, then they will be at risk, again, of breaching the 3%. So here is, again, stylized illustration, a country starting for a random country starting from 40% of GDP with a deficit below 3. But here we find that if the country doesn't do anything for the coming years, then there will be a risk of breaching the 3% because of a number of pressures that are foreseen. So here we would advise the country to deconsolidate. Okay, and here we have a case, a reversal case, where the country would have room for maneuver, but bound by certain limits. Okay, I'll go directly to the lessons. So what we find that with this new framework, it would allow to differentiate further the requirements to reflect country-specific fundamentals. For high debt country, we would still have ambitious adjustment, but probably more realistic compared with the current framework, so to ensure also that they deliver it, because as we said, no matter how perfect or imperfect your rules are, what matters in the end is enforcement. We want to preserve incentive for investment and reforms through this possibility to have a more gradual adjustment. And finally, we want a framework that also works for countries with low debt challenges, as we call them, and we will provide guidance also for this country. Thank you very much, and sorry for having me too long.
Thank you. Well, thanks a lot indeed, Stephanie, and perhaps it was actually evil to let you have to go through all these rules and then just give you the same time as everybody else. Call me lazy, but I must admit that when I saw your presentations, very impressed, it's very good to have. But I became nostalgic about just thinking about 60 and 3%. Life was just easier in those days, I think. But you know, really nice to have the overview, right? So we come to the last presentation of this session, right? So we could put it like this: say we have been in Latvia, we have been with the fiscal board, we have been with the Commission, and now we could say we do academia instead, right? Lorenzo Codogno wears many hats, literally not, obviously, right? But one of them is being with the London School of Economics, right? So perhaps your view, and I see it's also about debt sustainability, not so strange, of course, but this here kind of risks that we can have with it, right? So please,
Thank you.
let's hear what you have to say. And yes, we start with the 20 minutes again. I can give a little bit extra perhaps,
Thank you
but
very much.
we're sort of doing okay, yeah.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, organizers, for the invitation. And if I may, it's a privilege for me and a great pleasure to be in the same panel with Niels. So my presentation is a bit complimentary compared to the others. You mentioned a London school, but I'm more of a practitioner, if you want.
Yeah, okay.
I'm also a consultant for major institutions, financial institutions. So I provide the view of the financial markets, if you want. So as you can see here from the title, debt sustainability is back. It's back for two reasons. One is the one that was mentioned, that fiscal rules are back. Okay, soon we will have a new framework. But the other reason is, following so many shocks, there is a massive uncertainty about the variables that drive sustainability. And so it's of paramount importance for policymakers, but also for market participants, to have a view on the sustainability of public finances in all countries and compare the view with what financial markets are saying, and to decide whether to invest or not. So don't be scared. I'll present just a few equations, but actually let me start with the government budgeting identity that we all know. This is Economics 101, so nothing special really. So on the one hand, you have the expenditures and the interest expenditures, and on the other, you have tax revenues and the new bonds. Of course, we forget about new money because in the monetary union, that is not really possible. So let's forget about the middle part. Let's focus on the final part, which was mentioned by Stephanie already. That is the basic debt dynamics equation. So what that says, it says that the change in the debt, which you can actually proxy for, the budget position, so the deficit or the surplus, is equal to the budget deficit and the primary deficit plus the difference between the rate of interest and economic growth. Now, you can look at the nominal rate, or you can look, if you take a long-term view, we say that inflation is going to go back to 2%, and the GDP deflator is equal to consumer prices, then you can assume that you have the same situation if we look at the real rates. So let's forget about nominal. Let's focus on the real rates here. So you have the real interest rate, or the cost of borrowing for the government, minus GDP, real GDP growth, times the debt in the previous period, and that determines the dynamics of the debt. And my point here is that you can have very different equilibria. The second title here of my presentation is actually taken from an article I wrote with Cossetti of Cambridge and now European University Institute, and right after COVID, and we said very simply, well, listen, there is a problem here because there is so much uncertainty about the underlying variables of the debt sustainability equation that it's easy to move out of equilibrium. Okay, so pay attention because that is the risk. And what are the equilibria here? You say line A is the good equilibrium, if you want. Okay, so what is good equilibrium? It's equilibrium where you might have, a primary deficit, which is the positive line that intersects with the axis, but the difference between GDP growth and interest rates is favorable. In other words, you have more growth than interest rates. So even though you have a relatively high debt to GDP ratio, it's not that bad because there is a tendency to stabilize the debt to GDP ratio. As you can see in the line, the arrow, probably you don't see them from the back, but there are some small arrows here. And you see that basically what happens is that the debt to GDP tends to increase if you have a primary deficit, but the difference between, the favorable difference between economic growth and interest rates tends to kind of stabilize. So even, and given that this difference is multiplied by the level of debt to GDP, the higher is the debt to GDP, somewhat counterintuitively, the better, because actually the higher GDP growth allows you to decrease the debt to GDP more quickly. However, what is the problem here? The problem is that if, for whatever reason, you have a shock in the economy, and you have higher uncertainty about these two variables, okay, economic growth and interest rates, then expectations in financial markets, because what matters are really expectations in financial markets, might shift. And if you have a shift in expectations on those two variables, suddenly you might find yourself in a different equilibrium, which is line B. The different equilibrium is completely different because actually there is a tendency for the debt to GDP ratio to rise indefinitely. And so you enter into a loop, you move into a kind of different equilibrium, a bad equilibrium, and then you run into problems. That's the underlying message. Now, the whole message I have to say is here. Okay, so it's pretty simple. But the tricky part comes now, because it's easy to say this, but it's difficult to estimate these variables. Okay, so let me try to give you some ideas how to estimate. So first of all, what is the starting point for the debt? Well, you want to when you look at the sustainability, you want to take a medium-term view, and you want to strip out the effects of the economic cycle. So if you are an investor or a policymaker, you don't care really what is the situation today, but you want to know what is the situation at regime over the long run, because that is really what matters for sustainability over the medium term. So what is the starting position of that? Well, it's difficult to say, but in my examples here, I use a Commission forecast because it's the best we can have in terms of public finances. So I take the view that the kind of medium-term debt projections is the 2024 projections by the Commission. In a couple of months, we will have the 2025 Commission projections, which would be a bit better. So here in this graph, you see the position in 2019 and the change between 2019 and 2024, which is the black bar. And some countries actually managed to improve the debt to GDP, okay? Or at least in the projections of the Commission. Others have actually worsened the debt to GDP in the projections of the Commission. But this is the starting point, okay, in the exercise. So I plug in this debt into the debt sustainability equation. So the next step is what is the primary balance that we should put into the debt sustainability equation. Again, we want to strip out the effect of the economic cycle. We want to have a long-term view. So what's the best measure for that? Well, we take the cyclically adjusted primary balances by the Commission, the projections in 2024. Again, in a couple of months, we will have 2025. It's the best we can have in terms of what is the medium-term outlook for the primary balance. And this is the situation. As you can see, some countries have a decent primary surplus, others have a primary deficit. Third point, GDP. So what do we take in terms of GDP? As you can see here, the economic cycle has been pretty volatile. Actually, I have also Latvia here, and before monetary union, entry into monetary union, it was pretty volatile GDP growth. So, you know, number of shocks. So what should we take? Well, let's take a medium-term view A medium-term view means let's take potential, GDP potential. But as the governor pointed out, it's like a footprint in the snow, so we don't know exactly what is GDP potential, but at least we have some estimates. These are the estimates of the Commission. As you can see, there's been a lot of volatility. Actually, the thin line is Latvia, even more volatility than the other countries, although since, say, monetary union, the situation has stabilized a bit. But you can see that there is a lot of volatility, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of changes from one year to the other. How can it be? I mean, this is estimates of potential growth. How can estimates of potential growth change so dramatically from one year to the other? We don't know because, you know, the estimates are made by the Commission, and there is an actual working group in Brussels that keeps changing the methodology. We know that, and it's very tricky, okay? So, but you can see, for instance, my country, Italy, you see the red line, effectively potential growth has been 0 over the past 10 years. Suddenly, now we have something like 0.8. Now, I can tell you that moving from 0 to 0.8 is a complete change in the outlook, okay? But the bad news is that 0.8 is still on paper. So we will see whether it is for real or not, okay? So that's the point. So let's take potential growth. Now, growth is extremely important for debt sustainability. It's important because it goes into the debt sustainability equation, so the difference between cost of borrowing and GDP growth, but it goes also into the primary balance, clearly. And it goes through the primary balance because of what is called semi-elasticity of the budget balance. So effectively, this is estimated by the OECD, is used also by the Commission. So if you have a shift by 1 percentage point in GDP, what is the effect on your fiscal balance? Latvia is not as sensitive, probably because the taxation is pretty low. Also, expenditure is pretty low. Other countries are very sensitive, okay? So it's hugely important GDP growth. Now, interest rates. Now, we have seen a shift in policy interest rate by the ECB, which is unprecedented and pretty rapid, as you can see here. And that is the starting position for estimating the cost of borrowing for governments, of course, but it's not enough. So the next question is, what is going to be the policy rate at regime when you have the economy in equilibrium, when you have inflation back to target, and so forth? And this is what is called the neutral rate of interest, and the famous R star. Now, what kind of estimate can we take? Well, the ECB is now publishing an estimate on the R star, and so there are many institutions, many economists that do estimates. Luckily, we have an estimate by the Fed, the New York Fed. So I'm taking the estimate of the New York Fed, which is the estimate for the United States, but also the estimate for the Eurozone here. And you can see that is about 0.8. You know what is the bad news? The bad news is that this is updated to the end of last year, fourth quarter 2022. And I was about to update the graph for this presentation. And first quarter was already available, but the second was not. And guess what? The other day, so after the cutoff for the presentation, we got the second quarter. Second quarter of this year, estimate for potential growth, for neutral rate in the Eurozone was minus 0.2. So we moved from 0.8 to minus 0.2 in a couple of quarters. So again, huge uncertainty about these underlying variables, okay? Massive uncertainty. Certainly if you have a shift of 1 percentage point in equilibrium interest rates, it changes completely the view. So that's why we need to be particularly careful, and there is a massive uncertainty these days. Then, of course, interest rate is only part of the story, because governments don't finance themselves at the ECB policy rate. They finance themselves over the long term, so there is a term premium. And you see here, for instance, Latvia, you see a lot of volatility before the entry into monetary union. Now it's moving, the cost of borrowing is moving pretty much in line with the rest of the Eurozone. And actually, the other interesting line is the red line. You see Italy went through a massive crisis, the European debt crisis in 2010-11, but there Italy had to finance itself at very high interest rates during the crisis. And once you finance yourself on a 10-year or 30-year bond, it stays there for quite a long while. So effectively, these are the implicit interest rates on government debt. So Italy's cost is still pretty high. It's almost 2 percentage points higher than in Germany, which is impinging on sustainability and clearly has a very long-term effect. Now, when we talk about interest rates, of course, we have also to consider, let me jump to another slide that is here. There's also another component, which is the credit risk. Okay, so you have the policy rate, you have the term premium, and then you have the credit premium. Credit premium is the probability the financial market put on your debt to go into default at some point in the future. It might be very small, but it deserves a premium, okay? So there are many ways, I won't go into the details here, there are many ways to estimate the credit premium or the default premium. This is in the case of Italy, and it comes on top of the interest rate. So this is to say that at the end of the day, you have to consider all these factors. Can we go back?
The red one should do it, yeah.
No, it doesn't. Okay, now it's working. Okay, so we have all the very important variables. Now let's take what is called I minus G, or R minus gamma. It's the same. It's nominal versus real, but again, if we take that inflation, it's going to go back to target, and GDP deflator is going to go back to 2%. It doesn't matter, okay? So this is the famous Blanchard thesis, okay? He said, well, in the case of the US, there seems to be a tendency for R minus gamma to go into negative territory, which is true also for some AAA countries in Europe, Germany, for instance. But it's not true for countries like Italy, because Italy, unfortunately, has to pay also the credit spread, which is not small. And there is a huge volatility during crisis times, as you can see here. So effectively, it's probably true for the US that there is some extra leeway to have some primary deficit, but it's certainly not true for other countries, okay? So better be quite careful here. And also you have to consider volatility. This is, you see, Eurozone and Germany, but Latvia has a massive volatility in terms of cost of borrowing and relative to economic growth. This volatility has reduced since joining monetary union, but it's still sizable. So when assessing that sustainability, not only you have to take a view on the variables, but also take a view on the risk, the volatility of the estimates, because you better be sure that there is some margin. Okay, so we have all the variables. In terms of the implicit cost of borrowing, unfortunately, it's not easy to take the Commission forecast 2024, because those estimates are not as good as the other ones I mentioned, simply because, as I said, for instance, in the case of Italy or other countries, you issue bonds that have 10-year maturities or even longer, so that stays there. Okay, so effectively, if you want to take a medium-term view, you need to see what is going to be the cost of borrowing at regime. If the ECB increases rates today, that feeds into the average cost of borrowing very gradually over time. It takes a number of years. So if you take the implicit cost of borrowing in 2024, the estimates by the Commission, it understates the true cost of borrowing. So what do I do with that? So to take into account the volatility of the variables plus the underestimation in terms of the cost of borrowing, I shock the difference between interest rates and economic growth. So I say R minus gamma, the one I estimate, is underestimated. So let's take a 2 percentage point shock in order to see what happens. And the graph shows you what happens. So again, the baseline estimate is the red line, which is basically the primary surplus needed to stabilize the debt. In some occasions, it's a deficit. You don't need to go into primary surplus. And then the black bar is the extra effort that is needed if you shock the difference by 2 percentage points, which is a more realistic, if you want, assessment, take into account the risks. Yeah, I'm also almost done. This ends up with this graph, which I call the danger zone. So in the danger zone, you have the usual suspects, Italy, okay, before the high debt to GDP. But then you have less, obvious candidates, say Belgium, France, and Spain. Why is that? Because on the one hand, you have the level of debt to GDP. On the other, you have the additional effort that the country has to go through in order to stabilize the debt to GDP. So you can see here that, for instance, Italy has both problems. Has a high debt to GDP, and still needs to do quite a lot in terms of stabilizing the debt to GDP ratio going forward. For instance, Greece and Portugal, maybe surprisingly, they don't have a problem. Why? Greece, because according to the Commission projections, will have a decent primary surplus in 2024, plus the cost of borrowing is subsidized by the rest of the EU. Portugal has a decent primary surplus, so again, doesn't have to go through a big adjustment to stabilize the debt. On the other hand, you have Bulgaria. Bulgaria has a very low debt to GDP, so plenty of leeway, similar to Latvia in a sense, but massive effort in order to stabilize. So is it really urgent? Probably not, but as the governor said, you better do something in the meantime to kind of raise revenues. Final considerations. Okay, so you have to compare that with financial markets, or if I have a couple minutes, okay. Okay. Yeah. So you compare, so let's say, is it really what matters, the debt to GDP? Well, to some extent, yes, but it's not the whole story. You can compare here the debt to GDP level, okay, Commission forecast, and here it is the yield spread versus Germany. And you see that, there is a pretty poor fit, actually. First of all, it looks like there are two different groups here, core Eurozone and peripheral Eurozone, okay? And secondly, the fit is not particularly good. So there is something missing. So the next graph shows you, well, let's look at the rating agencies, okay? And then the fit improves, okay, because rating agencies don't just look at that sustainability analysis, but it's a broader picture, okay? You look at the solidity of institutions, you look at solidity of underlying growth variables and so forth. And so it is more reliable. As you can see, there's a good fit for core Europe, not a very good fit for peripheral, so there is something missing here again. Let me move to the next one.
We're running out of data.
Here we are. Okay, but if we take the rating agency ratings, and on the other hand, you take the spread, the fit is much better, okay? So meaning that the rating agencies are doing a decent job in kind of assessing the situation, but there is still something missing here. And so what is missing, in my view, is that we should probably take a much broader picture when we assess debt sustainability. Let me propose, I use here the Prosperity Index, which is prepared by the Legatum Institute in London. And it is, Legatum Institute is a collector of indicators, so they are not doing any kind of analysis of it. They don't prepare indicators. They take World Economic, IMF indicators, World Bank indicators, OECD indicators, and so forth. They put everything together. They have various dimensions: safety or security, personal freedom, and so forth. And these are equally important for their sustainability for a country, okay? So if you take this, you take the position, it's the position matters, but also the change matters. For instance, look here, Italy is pretty low in the ranking in the Eurozone. It's very close to Latvia, but Latvia has shown quite a substantial improvement from 2000 to 2020.
2 minutes then, because otherwise we can't.
No, yeah, I'm finished. And so you can see that it matters the level, but it matters also the change. Final considerations, it's a big problem globally nowadays, because this is taken from the IMF. You can see that public debt historically is at very high levels. Interest rates are at pretty low levels. Now we have seen a big turn in interest rates, but the risk is that clearly we end up with problems. So final considerations, first of all, as was said before, there's no optimum level, okay, for debt to GDP. However, no matter what is the ideal level, for most countries, the debt is already too high, far too high, and that is an easy statement. There is no level that guarantees sustainability, because you have to look at the specific situation for each country and to have a forward-looking attitude. On top of the starting level of debt, you have to look at the variables and make an assessment of what is the risk and the expectations for these variables going forward, and then you should stress test your assumptions. Finally, sustainability is a much broader concept. You should also take into account other economic variables and even non-economic variables, because those variables are equally important for the sustainability. So having some fiscal leeway, as Latvia has, can facilitate some major challenges that we have today, like climate transition, digitalization, military spending, and so forth. But at the end of the day, you need to address the structural shift, which means that you need to preserve sustainability. And again, Latvia has some leeway, but still, you need to preserve sustainability over the long run. Sorry to have, it was a bit too late.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And yes, we should have a little bit of discussion also, but you know, I said at the introduction that I considered you sort of academic, and then you said, no, I'm more financial. But when I look at this here, hey, that's the kind of stuff that I like to do, right? So I still think of it as academic or economic or whatever you want to have. Thanks a lot. Would be excellent as a guest lecture for my students, actually. Yeah. No, but and I mean it. See, when I look at the time, which is basically my job, then we are 7 minutes away from the coffee break. Then again, when this here was, and I know how it is if you sort of enter into the coffee break without coffee, the audience gets a little bit unruly. But we had planned this here, right? The coffee break is actually planned to be very long. So possibly what we will do here is to go a little bit into that, because I would like to see the panel again come up with a couple of comments. So I will basically ask the panel for two things, which you can then deal with according to, well, it's a free country we have, right? But you can have general comments and possibly also thinking about the other presentations, let's say from Latvian perspective, is there something you like or do not like in terms of the Commission? Fiscal Board, does the Fiscal Board agree with the EU Commission rules? Commission, are you happy with how the countries respond, how they enforce or do not enforce? And you can be polite. I mean, you are already polite and good friends and so on, but something like that. But otherwise, also a little bit comments on what you heard, and I would like to see if it could be done 2-3 minutes per person. And Martin, you were first, so
Okay.
you're first once again.
Oh, look, thank you. Thanks a lot. It was fun. Okay, it was interesting, and being an economist, I think the nice thing is that there's no clear answer. You know, so it's like lots of moving parts. But on the serious side, I think I'm not going to comment much on the overall thing, but just two elements. Is fiscal discipline does pay off, and national ownership is very important. It's not for somebody else's sake. It's not the uncle far away that just says, okay, you have to live by the means you have. It's in our own interest. And I think that is a very critical takeaway. And of course, putting all these various elements into one framework is extremely difficult. But this is not only the task of the watchdog. I think that's the task of all of us, because that's to the benefit of all of us. Okay? And having this discussion just shows how complex the situation is and how small shifts, regime shifts, okay, that may happen very clearly, may push us into an absolutely different world. Okay? So let's be considerate of those things. I have more of a comment and one an interpretational kind of thing to Lorenzo. There is a very nice paper, a very recent one, discussed at this year's Jackson Hole conference by Barry Eichengreen, where he looks at the debt levels globally. And the conclusions are unfortunately very straightforward. Debt levels have increased significantly, and it's unlikely that they will come down anytime soon. So we will need to learn to live with them. And in my view, what it says that we have the risk of excess volatility and of cliff edge effects or kind of regime shift things. So we have to be aware of those things. Let's be cautious. For Latvia having way lower debt levels than most advanced economies, it provides some leeway and it provides some room for maneuver. But at the same time, the needs for expenditures that Lorenzo mentioned as well, like climate transition, like geopolitical shifts, and all these related issues, the shopping list is way too long for the headroom that we currently have. So we have to be smart but decisive. But then coming back to the question, I would not agree with your causality statement that rating agencies are much better to fit the spreads. I would say that the financial markets most likely take the rating agencies' kind of advice and price the spreads. I would go a bit different way. And then, unfortunately, I will not be able to participate in the second session today. But I have a question to the rating agencies. Are not they exaggerating the risks, for instance, of the Baltic economies? We saw that due to the outbreak of war in Ukraine, that credit spreads, low kind of bond spreads for the Baltics massively widened, not for Finland, which was not part of NATO at the moment. So my take, and we kind of looked at this with my colleagues at the bank as well, is that we cannot explain by fundamentals this widespread for the Baltics. So our debt is priced too expensively. I think
we will get the answer in the afternoon.
I hope. Yeah.
And
yeah,
I will email it to you,
yeah.
right? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Niels, please.
But
if you have a few
otherwise,
comments,
thanks.
yeah.
It was very interesting on all of three of your papers. I think it builds a very nice kind of multicolored picture that we have to take into account.
I would like to take up where the governor left, because when the rules of the treaty were defined, there was a lot of discussion, not least among the central banks, whether one could rely a bit more on market discipline, a word that has not been mentioned explicitly, though it is, I think, implicit in particularly what Lorenzo said. The idea then was rejected. The market discipline wouldn't work because it's too difficult to interpret. And what we see of interpretation at the time of the rating agencies, they're too late and then they overreact. I think that was a bit of a cavalier attitude because financial markets, after all, devote enormous resources to the analysis of things. But the question that policymakers should ask themselves in relation to this reform is also, does it send appropriate and informative signals to the markets on what is happening? And today it's not only a question of sending signals to the markets, but also to the ECB, because the transmission protection instrument that you have is one that presumes that you can distinguish a bit between the fundamentals in a country's fiscal situation and what is an overreaction, the bad equilibrium that Lorenzo was talking about. That is extremely hard, and I'm not sure that one has gone far enough to solve that issue, but if the governor has a comment on that tricky issue, that would certainly be welcome. But one way, of course, that some governments are saying now is that this is too vague, the sustainability analysis, all these risks. We should give them some more to look at, some of these benchmarks of adjustment year by year. And that, I think, is a crucial question. Would that really help? Or would it maybe divert, in a sense, attention from some of the longer-term issues that are highly relevant? Because when the rules were discussed, it was assumed that there was only the markets. The ECB was not there buying bonds also. So the situation has changed. And some governments, of course, may feel that that's good enough. Risks of instability are taken well care of by the ECB. But I'm not so confident. And I think this is a question that should be asked a bit more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Stephanie?
Yeah, so a couple of remarks to react also to some of the presentation. First, what I would like to say is that uncertainty, so I do agree that, I mean, there is a high level of uncertainty, and maybe this level has never been so high, because now we have multiple, you know, we used to think about crisis as economic crisis essentially, but now we have to think about possible health crisis and geopolitical crisis. So there is a multiplicity of, in terms of the nature of the crisis, and maybe even the frequency has increased, and I think we will have more related to climate, etc. But it's not because there is uncertainty that it should paralyze us. And we can't just say, look, we cannot, it's impossible to project all these macro variables. So the assessment is impossible to make, and let's therefore be paralyzed. And I think we need to take economic decision. Policies need to be adopted because we need to prepare for the future generations. So in the end, we make an assessment which is conditional to some assumption, which is conditional to a certain elements that we have, information we have at that moment, but it has never prevented us from adopting, for example, pension reform. To adopt pension reform, you really need to take a long view, and again, here, the level of uncertainty is even higher when a government builds its budget for the next year or in a multi-annual perspective. It has to make a bet on the future, take a certain position. So I think we should not be paralyzed by this, because every day we have to make decisions, and we have to make this decision in an as informed way as possible. And I think the richer the analysis is, I think in the end, eventually, the better we can make these decisions, even if, I mean, for sure we will still make mistakes in the future. Then your specific question, of course, I mean, the reason why we want to reform again the fiscal rules, of course, it's because we are not fully satisfied with the enforcement and the compliance, and this was well shown also by Niels. It's not, I would not be totally negative on it as well, because, I mean, if you compare to other areas of the world, we have managed overall aggregate level at least to keep public finances in check, but at the cost of a certain heterogeneity. So I think, at least for the countries that faced the most difficulties to achieve debt reduction and embark on fiscal consolidation, I think for those, the key word for me will be ownership. So if we manage for these countries to prepare now, in a new framework, we have to test something new. At least this is my conviction. And if they can commit to this plan as their own, I think it will be more difficult for these countries to deviate, or they will feel more compelled, I hope, to comply with these plans in the future. So, yeah. So I'll stop here.
2 points very quickly. The first one is on rating agencies. I rushed at the end of my presentation. No, it was not because I wanted to be polite with Olivier, but I fully agree that financial markets are better in estimating, the debt sustainability. But for a very simple reason, rating agencies have, broadly speaking, 2 days within the year, so they are a bit constrained. But also the collective wisdom of financial markets usually are more kind of forward-looking. Okay. But we have the same problems because rating agencies tend to kind of go into overshoot financial markets even more. Okay. Unfortunately, I know that because I've been chief economist of the Italian Treasury for 9 years, and it wasn't by design, but we went through 2 major crises, and financial market can put you off balance, and if that happens, clearly it's a problem. Okay, it's a problem because you enter into a bad equilibrium, and it can happen suddenly. Okay, that's so bad. Second point, very briefly, on fiscal rules. I think the shift towards debt sustainability is very much welcome. I think the proposal by the Commission is very reasonable, with some adjustments. But don't expect fiscal rules to be much easier, much simpler, okay? Because we are complaining about the output gap, the variables that are difficult to estimate. We don't know. They are back, because when we do that sustainability analysis, it's a black box to some extent. Also within these variables, within the expenditure aggregate, comes back the output gap, so it comes back everything. So effectively, we are not really addressing the transparency and the simplicity, and there is no way, in my view, to address that.
Fair enough, yeah. And I will allow myself to discriminate a little bit by giving the very last comment to you, Martin. Only because, we are former colleagues, you're my former student, and it's also soon his birthday, actually. So why not? But you will make a short one, right? Yeah.
I'm going to be very short. I think it is important, as to the with respect to the ECB comment, so that there's not misunderstanding. ECB is not responsible for debt sustainability. We take it into account to make our decisions. Okay? But these are the structural policies. These are the fiscal policies that are there to ensure debt sustainability. We, of course, would take care of what happens with transmission mechanism, what happens with the volatility in financial markets. Okay? But this is not to ensure debt sustainability. Our mandate is a different mandate. Okay? Our mandate is for price stability. Okay? And to ensure price stability, of course, we need transmission mechanism. We need financial markets that work. Okay? But not to ensure that structural policies are implemented in the way they should be implemented. So there's a very clear division of responsibilities. That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks a lot. And therefore, at first, I think we should give a hand to the panel. So please, let's... And then a very well-deserved coffee break awaits you over here. We still have about half an hour for that, so we should reconvene about 20 minutes past. I will certainly be here then with a new panel 20 past 12. But please go and have some refreshments.
Market discipline is extremely important.
Yeah, and then just kill the music. Yeah, good. So, dear participants, yes, the coffee break is not exactly over yet, but please remember that it takes 1 or 2 minutes to get back to your seats. So finish your coffee, have that last little cookie, and then please rejoin us, and we start in 2, possibly 3 minutes with our second panel. It's yours? Hey, Normans. Hey.
At the moment, Latvia playing basketball with the Italy, yeah?
So I think we can start again. Thank you for coming back. I could have asked, did you enjoy the coffee? That's a stupid question. Everybody did, right? That's what coffee breaks are all about, right? But I hope that you're ready for a second round. I have a new panel here, 4 people once again, and we will do it sort of similar to what we did with the first panel, I think. And they are, again, the panelists are seated according to the row in which they speak. But perhaps with our first speaker, which is Christina Westphal from the European Central Bank. Yes, she will be first on this panel. Perhaps she should have been first altogether, right? Because she will speak about public debt levels and why it matters. Perhaps we should have started with that. Yeah. Who knows, right? But at least you get the chance to start here with the second panel. So I invite you to come here and start your presentation. It should be on, and you have the clicker here, of course. So the floor is yours, please.
Yes, you can hear me, yeah? No, it is.
Should be okay, yeah?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you very much to the organizers for having invited me here to give this presentation, which will be at least, very, very much related to part of the title of the presentation, at least, so these debt levels. So we'll try to maybe put a bit more emphasis even than was put in the first part and to go into more details into these debt levels and why it is important. So the main conclusions of the presentation that I put forward here resonate with some what was already said before, especially by the governor, but also the others, that high debt burdens poses significant economic risk as it makes an economy less resilient to shocks and may also lower the long-run growth. It's even, indeed, we are not talking only about one debt level, though the literature really distinguishes among many debt levels, so prudent, optimal, steady state debt limits, so I will elaborate a bit on them. And my point of this presentation is that debt level and not only stabilization is an important ingredient of risks and should remain also an important ingredient in DSA and fiscal surveillance. So it's not sufficient that debt stabilizes or barely stabilizes at a very high level. This would still pose significant economic risks. And then again, as it was said before in the first panel, indeed the debt-bearing capacity is country-specific, is difficult to estimate. I will lead you through some estimates of the literature. So estimates are rather volatile, they are state and policy dependent, and unfortunately there is also much less empirical evidence available for newer Euro area member states, so maybe also this conference could inspire researchers in this country to maybe dig even deeper in some of the relevant, concepts that will be presented here for the countries, like for Latvia. And that's why, due to this very high uncertainty about this, the debt levels, sometimes, these common debt thresholds are still generally used as indicative benchmarks. And as was also said before, for countries with low public debt levels, there is indeed greater scope for productive fiscal stimulus, especially for productive investment, while other conditions and vulnerabilities will still need to be taken into account. So I will first go through a more detailed review of the literature, and then I will also present some stylized facts related to these high debt levels in the Euro area countries. So in the theoretical literature, usually in the most macroeconomic models, public debt is considered safe, its level doesn't matter, in many models is just assumed to be financed through non-distortionary taxes, but in models in which debt level is taken into account, it's shown that it matters. So even in models without sovereign risk embedded, debt level may still be undesirable because it fosters the risk of higher taxation in the future. And in models with sovereign default, there are non-linearities induced by high debt levels. And we have also worked with other colleagues in the Eurosystem on a paper, and we also find that high debt economies were subject to high risk, in particular that they can lose more output in a crisis, they are subject to spillovers, and their growth rate in the long term may be affected. And then, there are also two recent papers by two authors named Bianchi recently that actually gained a lot of attention in the literature. So Javier Bianchi, Ottonello, and Presno in 2023, just coming out now in Journal of Political Economy, have a paper, like a model that finds that actually fiscal stimulus may be undesirable in the condition of sovereign risk. That sometimes, and although this is a Keynesian model of a small open economy, they show that when there is sovereign risks and the debt level is high, the optimal response may not necessarily be fiscal stimulus, because in this case the Keynesian benefits may actually be lower than the risk induced by high spreads and the probability of going into a default. And then there is another important paper that was presented last year in Jackson Hole by Bianchi and Melosi, 22, a model of incorporating sovereign risk, but also risk of fiscal dominance, in which high debt is complicating the coordination between fiscal and monetary policy. So it was alluded before by the governor that this coordination is very important, but there could also be risk to this. So this paper finds that when debt is high, one can have persistent inflation, and if a central bank is trying to lower this inflation, to increase interest rates, this may even lead to stagflation. So it's in some situations, it's actually the task of the fiscal authority to commit to fiscal adjustment, and the monetary policy may actually not achieve so much if fiscal policy is not committed. So in terms of the empirical literature, there are, I listed here several papers, including papers where we worked on, about especially the channels through which high debt can especially affect growth. We have a paper in which the debt can, the relationship between debt and growth also depends on, it was already said, on several conditions, the structure of the economy, but also when debt is contract to finance unproductive expenditure or beyond optimal levels of public capital stock, we found that this is specifically detrimental, or other colleagues in the ECB found that this relationship is particularly detrimental when debt, when institutions are weak in the respective countries. And then the high debt can adversely affect growth through the sovereign risk, interest rate channels, so heightening this through the sovereign spreads and confidence effects. Here, Lorenzo, you had a paper, if you still remember, 2003, with Alessandra Missale and Favero, even before the crisis, which actually was used by many, including us, to look at this channel of spreads during the crisis. So high debt is also induces risk of higher future distortionary taxes, increased uncertainty, so crowds out private investment, lowers the scope for counter-cyclical fiscal policy, including the effectiveness of short-term fiscal stimulus. So usually in times of weak public finances, high debt, high deficit, fiscal multipliers, stimulus multipliers are found to be lower, and even reduces the capacity to finance public investment in the future. We also found this in a paper that at high debt levels, public investment starts to be lower. And then there are heightened risks to financial intermediation, and then the literature on whether public debt is also can induce private, financial crisis is more like debating. Brunemeyer and others find that there is this diabolic loop through the balance sheet effect when weak financial sector and weak public finances can reinforce each other, while Jorda and Romer that find that this is not necessarily a trigger, but it's a trigger of longer and deeper recession after the financial crisis. So countries entering the financial crisis with such debt suffer more. Indeed, so then I would say that based on the literature, there is a broad consensus that debt is detrimental, but then indeed, no, as it was said before, the level at which the debt is considered risky is subject to a high estimation. Uncertainty is likely to be country, state, and time dependent. And then there are also conceptual differences between debt levels. The literature mentions in various studies various debt levels, but then there is important to distinguish between prudent debt levels, or debt level that ensures a sufficient fiscal buffer against default, optimal debt levels, so weak, for instance, calculated debt levels that would maximize the public capital stock and growth, so a debt level maximizing growth or welfare. There is this notion of steady state debt ratio, Blanchard debt ratio, that calculates those debt to which the economy would converge within the long term, and then the debt limits, which are those thresholds beyond which government would default and then would basically, it would be too late, so then fiscal buffer buffers need to be maintained. And then basically the literature is also goes along two main work streams, debt limits and debt and growth. So for the debt limits, I think I will not have much time to go into all the details, but in many papers they depend on the government ability to actually raise revenue. And, you know, I mean, this could also be important for a country like Latvia, but also there is another string of the literature, Mendoza and Oviedo model of natural debt limits, which basically which was specifically designed for developing countries, in particular those with high volatility of their budget revenues and low capacity to raise revenues, in which debt limits are calculated by basically forcing revenue to be really, what would be that shock that really lowers revenue and the debt level resulting from that. And then also like a paper by Ghosh et al. In 2013 that combines fiscal fatigue and the spread reaction with debt limit coin, that point in which, debt is so high and the pressure is so high that basically this would impede further fiscal adjustment. So countries could not react anymore. And here I was just talking to Olivier before, this was even in 2014 tried to be operationalized by Moody's, but they found even in 2014 when, interest rate growth differential at the time were not so low and negative, rather high fiscal space, but then the paper still kind of recommended that it's actually very important that countries keep a very big fiscal buffer. So I was surprised that Moody's was so, not surprised, but was good, was conservative in the sense of really being wise for national governments to maintain at least a 125 percentage point of fiscal space to that, those estimates. And then there, I think on this one there is the literature on debt and growth thresholds with the common thresholds of about 90 to 100% of GDP found, including some papers that we have worked on. And here maybe to say that, they still differ a lot, even these common thresholds according to the model. So in the model that we used, assuming a golden fiscal rule over the cycle in which debt would be used only to finance productive investment. So the optimal debt level would be at the level of the optimal public capital, and which would depend on the elasticity of public capital that can be we estimated it for the euro area, but only first members of the euro area 19, we still found relatively low at around 50%. So maybe it would be a nice scope for enriching this type of analysis also with other, especially with the newer members. But then, of course, there is also a lot of evidence that there is no universally valid threshold. So either that there is a continuous negative impact of public debt on longer-term growth, which was found in several studies, or actually lower debt threshold found for some advanced economies, okay, with a few critics also stating that there is basically no evidence of a negative impact of debt and growth even beyond the thresholds.
It's just my job to say be careful, right?
Yes, so then indeed, then we are saying here, what I'm saying is not that the debt level should be really like, should determine the sustainability and is one-to-one linked, but it should be one important ingredient in that sustainability, and in our Eurosystem framework, this is indeed one important ingredient while we are looking at many other indicators. So I will not go here into details, but then I will just go to present some stylized facts that, just to give an idea of all these relationships that were like in detail estimated in the models. So here for the euro area countries, I went back to some data sets and trying to just show this correlation, so not causation necessarily as I at least am persuaded that the causation runs both ways. Linking high growth, linking growth, so over a long period, 95-22 mean, median, but also potential growth with higher versus low debt levels in the whole sample in the left-hand side, and then only countries which in 1995 started with high debt, with some evidence of this correlation pointed to high debt countries having lower growth. Then, in terms of interest rate growth differential, that is an important ingredient in this debt sustainability analysis, was already mentioned many times, also in the previous presentations. There is also evidence, we have also worked on it, that high debt countries tend to face higher interest rate growth differential. Lorenz also mentioned a bit, this negative growth differentials for the US is not necessarily found for other countries, especially over long term, but especially in times of crisis, it tends to jump more for high debt countries, and also it has been revised now, including in our projections, more recently, being again closer to positive territory in many countries. Then another stylized fact is, this relationship between destabilization and debt level. So what I graphed here is the debt path for the higher debt countries, which, yes, I didn't mention. These are the countries with debt levels above 90% before the pandemic crisis in 2019. So 7 euro area countries versus the lower debt countries. And the black line shows the actual debt levels, while the other lines show the forecasts of the European Commission in the year of in the respective year for T+2 for 2 years. And this this chart points a bit to the fact that actually it takes longer for the higher debt countries to stabilize the debt. The lower debt countries manage to reduce it. Also, that the some debt underperformance compared to the forecast in the high debt countries, at least 2013 until 2019. So always underperformance in high debt countries, overperformance in lower debt countries, and of course high debt countries again affected more in times of crisis, like in the 2020, but with some positive trends lately, in which actually the forecast, and now debt overperforms the forecast, especially due to the better policy response at the times of the corona. And another stylized fact is related to the relationship between high debt, interest payments, and government investment. So the fact that in the high debt countries find it more problematic, possibly, to finance this, the needed public investment. So in this chart, we show only the high debt countries, so above 90% of GDP in 2019. The blue dots depict the relationship between the change in the interest payments and change in the public investment between 2010 and 2013, which shows, so in that time there was a big increase of interest payments, which crowded out government investment. So countries with high debt had this problem of higher interest payments tended to crowding out their public investment. But also, unfortunately, in the time, for instance, between 2013 and 2019, so these violet triangles, when interest payments, so they are in the negative part, decline significantly, these high debt countries were not able to use the space of these lower interest payments to actually increase prices. public investment. So you don't see much into the positive part of the public investment. So this is happening now with the support of NGU from 2019 to 22 project. But yeah, so which is welcome and should be preserved despite some, let's say, delays in the implementation of NGU. And the last. Maybe when we exceed the time, it doesn't work anymore to change. This is the electrocution. You made it like this. So, and the last stylized fact, but I think this was already depicted a bit in some of other presentations, is that as I said, high debt countries are less resilient to shocks. So again, the same division between high debt and lower debt countries with some shocks, a shock of using our DSA tool, an increase in interest rate, or no fiscal policy shocks. So the issue is that high debt countries are indeed less resilient to this shock, but for both groups, further fiscal effort and stronger potential growth is essential. But of course, again, the point here is that, not only stabilization is important, but this debt level is still very important because a slight destabilization would still bring the low debt countries below 60, while for the high debt countries will be again like around 120. So this would be basically the point of the presentation. And here I would not really like to, just as a postscriptum, that of course, as it was said already before, and I'm not a specialist in Latvia, just the low public debt health, but other vulnerabilities are still to be reviewed before major policy decisions. And, based on this work that we have also done on public capital stock, it would be important, very important that this investment, when done, would be to really be done in areas where the returns to capital and complementarity to private investment are very high. So, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yeah, super short comment from me should be, not two countries are alike. Right? Yeah. No, but, a lot of food for thought, and then, where a country should, if it can, try to put itself, right? And I think that's very useful for us here. And once again, we can enjoy that our debt levels are actually quite small. My next presenter already knew that he was supposed to show up. Very good. Thanks a lot, Oleg Tkachev. Also one of my colleagues these days, former student again, but I will not hold it against you, of course, right? With the Bank of Latvia, very much specializing in fiscal policy and has done so for several years. Many years? Yep. Yeah. And what you put in here, sustainability, we're not surprised, right? That's what it's all about here today. But you add the dimension of inflation.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, Oleg, basically, let's go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Martin. So, yeah, we are now focusing on a bit different dimension of fiscal sustainability, and we shall speak about the role of inflation for fiscal sustainability. Yeah, unfortunately, yes. So, well, the question of whether fiscal policy is sustainable or it's not sustainable is indeed a central key question in any macroeconomic analysis of fiscal policy. And nowadays, this question is more relevant than it has ever been before. If we go back in the history, 40 years ago, the level of public debt in advanced OECD economies was just around 37% of GDP. Now it's already a little lower than 80% of GDP, and just 10 percentage points were added during the recent COVID-19 crisis. Meanwhile, since the middle of 2021, for various reasons, inflation in the euro area has increased, and the increase was that strong as has never been seen since the 1970s and the 1980s, after just being below the 2% target for a whole decade. So it actually leads us to question whether and how inflation would affect fiscal sustainability. On the one hand, fiscal authorities may, well, anticipate high inflation and therefore lower public debt to GDP ratio, and therefore loosen their fiscal stance. So inflation would affect primary balances negatively and fiscal sustainability negatively. On the other hand, they may view this higher inflation as an opportunity to strengthen their fiscal policy stance. For example, by lowering government expenses in real terms, and therefore not adjusting them fully to inflation rate. In order to answer this and to provide more insight into this, I have conducted recently 2 research projects. The one with another colleague of mine and the colleagues from the Lisbon School of Economics and Management, and another one with colleagues from the Bank of Estonia. The second paper was already published as a working paper in both of our national banks. Well, just to remind you of, just briefly remind you of what exactly we mean when we speak about the fiscal sustainability. So fiscal policy is considered sustainable when it satisfies the intertemporal budget constraint without any major correction in the fiscal stance given the cost of financing it faces in the market. So basically, it's all about the ability of a government to service its public debt without any unrealistic fiscal adjustment. There are no any universally accepted fiscal sustainability indicators. Normally, so papers are doing either a backward-looking analysis by looking whether fiscal policy has been consistent with solvency in the past, or they're doing forward-looking analysis, as the European Commission does, for example, by providing the forecast of future fiscal behavior and public debt and primary balances. Both ways or both approaches have their pros and cons. I will not go into this in detail. So our paper is based on the Bond's suggested framework for analyzing fiscal sustainability. It is based on the fiscal reaction function. The fiscal reaction function, which links primary balances to public debt in the previous period. So according to the seminal paper by Bond, a positive response of primary balance to public debt is basically an indicator of sustainable fiscal policies. Also, higher value of this fiscal response coefficient, so let us call it that, implies a bigger fiscal response, and it leads in the longer run to a lower debt to GDP ratio. In the paper, in the paper we estimate the impact of inflation on fiscal sustainability, but first estimating this fiscal response coefficient from the fiscal reaction function for each country and each period. So basically do the time varying analysis of this fiscal response. Then, after we have obtained these fiscal response coefficients, we regress those coefficients on the measures of inflation: HACP, headline inflation, core inflation, and energy inflation. We do it for the OECD countries sample, but also we focus on a smaller sample of euro area countries. Just to show you and remind you, well, some part of that has already been covered previously, but well, there is a dynamics of public debt and primary balances from 1980s. You can see that primary balance, or the budget balance, has basically declined sharply, I would say 4 times over this period of time. So the beginning of 1990s, due to the recession in that period of time, then dot-com crisis, then a Great Recession, and finally the COVID crisis. And always it took time to recover after those crises, but especially it took much more time to recover after the financial and Great Recession, and therefore that public debt had been accumulating over this period of time. Well, now coming back to the research we have done. So basically, as I mentioned, we estimated the fiscal response coefficient for each period and each country. If we look at the evolution of the fiscal response over time, we can see that actually it started at around the level of 0.05, which means, well, if public debt grows by 10% of GDP, then primary balance improves, next period improves by 0.5 percentage points, which is quite a decent fiscal response. But then it climbed up to the 0.1 in 2007, and finally it fell sharply during the crisis, dipping below 0 and stabilizing after the crisis at a lower level than seen before. If we look at the response, or fiscal response across countries, well, basically nothing much of interest to discuss here, but just you can see that there is a sort of variation within each country of the fiscal response, but also there is a variation between median levels of fiscal response across all of the mentioned OECD countries. Maybe just to mention a few countries: New Zealand, Sweden, Israel, Portugal, Hungary, and Finland are countries with highest median fiscal response over this period of time. Now we are coming to the most interesting part of this presentation, well, to the results of our first research paper I introduced. So basically, after obtaining those fiscal response coefficients, we regressed those on the measures of inflation, HSCP, as I mentioned, HSCP core, and HSCP energy, and we also controlled for R-G and real effective exchange rate. So the results imply that a 1 percentage point increase in HSCP inflation rate generates a higher fiscal response, as can be seen here, and these stars, as you know, represent statistical significance. So it improves fiscal response by 0.008, which basically means around 14% increase in, as compared to the median fiscal response coefficient. Well, but what is of more interesting here is that this effect is primarily coming from the demand-driven core inflation. Yeah, so core inflation is statistically significant, but energy inflation exerts a negligible and statistically insignificant effect, which probably means that higher cost push inflation leads to a considerable political and social pressure to offset rising living costs. So governments and fiscal authorities are not keen to use energy inflation to sort of reduce the real level of their expenditures. We also interacted the effect of inflation with inflation itself and the debt to GDP ratio, and we found that inflation cannot continuously improve fiscal response. So there exists a threshold beyond which real expenditures just cannot fall, and real revenue cannot rise any further. And also, when interacting with debt to GDP ratio, we found that high debt is actually, for high debt countries, there is a limit on the fiscal capacity to enhance primary balance. So basically, if a country's public debt is already high, then it already does a lot of fiscal effort to make fiscal policy sustainable. And any further, improvement and an increase in the fiscal response is very limited, which is we know in the literature as a fiscal fatigue. Well, of course, the second paper basically looks at the mechanisms of these above explained effect of inflation on fiscal response. We ask ourselves how exactly inflation translates into an improved fiscal sustainability measure. And to answer this question, we estimate the fiscal reaction function for several components of primary balance, for revenue, for expenditure, for components of revenue and expenditure. And we use inflation as well as inflation forecast error as one of the determinants. We do this analysis for For euro area countries, euro area 12 countries, because it's a more homogeneous institutional, they are represented by a more homogeneous institutional setup. They should respect the single inflation target of 2%. They are bound by the Stability and Growth Pact, and the tax systems are quite similar. And we do this analysis for the time period from 1999 to 2021. So we regress. Again, we use a framework of the fiscal reaction function, and we regress primary balance, total revenue, and primary expenditure, as represented by columns here, on HACP inflation and on other control factors, like public debt and output gap. So what we conclude here is that indeed inflation generates better fiscal outcome, and it does it by affecting both revenue positively and expenditure ratio to GDP negatively. So inflation basically reduces real expenditure and increases real revenue. Maybe just to provide you some economic meaning of the obtained coefficient estimates, let's take just an example of Germany. Germany's mean inflation rate over this period of time was 1.5, quite below 2% target. And the volatility or one standard deviation of inflation over this period of time was around 0.8. So as I explained previously, I didn't actually emphasize it, but the coefficient we obtained was around 0.666 or 667, which if we translate it into economically meaningful thing, then it means that one standard deviation increase in inflation brings about an improvement in primary balance by 0.5 percentage points. And it represented around 1/4 of primary balance volatility in Germany over this period of time. And similar conclusions if we go through the Belgium's figures obtained for Belgium. These two countries are just taken for the sake of, an example. Now, well, we found out that inflation improves real revenue and it affects negatively real expenditure, but which components of both exactly are mostly affected? So we separately estimated the regressions for indirect taxes, direct taxes, and social security contributions as part of the revenue, of total revenue, and we found that the effect of inflation is particularly pronounced for direct and indirect taxes, but the effect on social security contributions is basically zero. Well, it's statistically insignificant. The thing is that social security contribution, social tax, is a proportional tax. It's a proportional tax with some elements of regressive tax. And this element comes from a cap on contributions. And this cap is never automatically adjusted. So in most of the countries, apart from, I guess, Austria, it is non-automatic. So you should always, the government should always agree on the cap when it designs the budget for the next year. So it doesn't surprise us that inflation doesn't have any impact on social security contributions. On indirect tax, on the direct taxes is most likely coming from the so-called inflationary fiscal drag. So when inflation goes up, we are just getting into our income level is getting into higher tax brackets and is being taxed by a higher tax rate. Also, inflation reduces the real value of depreciation allowances, which are based on historical acquisition costs, and it also erodes the real value of interest, income, dividends, and capital gains. Now, as regards the expenditure side, we distinguished between the current expenditure and the capital expenditure, and we found out that the impact of inflation is pronounced for current expenditure, which is basically social spending, wages, and so on. which mostly react with a lag to inflation. So if inflation goes up, then the government does not automatically increase, or the wages and social transfers, they are not automatically adjusted to inflation, apart maybe from old age pensions. And they all depend on negotiations and the rules of indexation and so on and so forth. Also, we were interested in, how exactly inflation affects primary balances and fiscal variables. And for that purpose, we distinguished between inflation, which is forecasted by the European Commission, and the inflation forecast error. So realized inflation minus the forecasted inflation rate by the European Commission. It's not shown in these slides, but once we use HACP inflation forecasts as an indicator of inflation, we find the insignificant effect. So inflation, forecasted inflation, doesn't have any impact on the fiscal side. It's only inflation forecast error, so surprised inflation which is beyond what was foreseen by fiscal authorities, which has an impact on primary balances, revenue and expenditure, and basically the coefficients that we obtained using inflation forecasters are very similar to those obtained for the inflation variable itself. So inflation surprises us, and therefore it generates a positive fiscal response. I'm very much on time, right, Morten? So I still have 2 minutes, but
deeply impressed.
I'm deeply impressed. Well, but quite frankly, I don't have to say much over these 2 minutes. I just want to conclude that we have recently done 2 research projects with colleagues from my own bank and also other institutions. We found that higher inflation, and in particularly core inflation, improves fiscal sustainability measure, inducing public debt ratios to converge to lower mean levels. But this effect is weaker as inflation itself is higher, and also for higher debt levels, because probably of the fiscal fatigue. How does inflation affect fiscal response or fiscal sustainability measure? It affects it by improving primary balance, by raising total revenue ratio to GDP and lowering budget primary expenditure ratio to GDP. Inflation impact on fiscal outcome could only be due to its surprising effect when it comes on top of what fiscal authorities and the European Commission forecasted. Also, it means that if inflation turns unexpectedly lower, which may be the case in the coming years, who knows, then it might create problems for fiscal, for the fiscal outcome and for the budget. So we might see bigger deficits. And we are now working on to continue these 2 projects. We want to see whether the effect is different if inflation is supply-side driven or demand-side driven. We saw some differences with respect to core versus energy inflation, but it's not the end of the story. Energy inflation may also be partly demand-driven and so on, and similarly for the core inflation. Thanks a lot, and my time is over.
It is, yeah. Thanks a lot, Oleg. Yeah, inflation is good. Yeah. Of course, right. But I like this semi-last conclusion you had, that we should then be careful if inflation goes lower again.
Exactly.
Which we hope that it will. We've had 2, what I would say, quite technical presentations. Our last 2 presentations are somewhat different. So perhaps again, just let's breathe a little bit of air, perhaps see if there is a question, or perhaps I'm only opening up to see if Neil Sachs has something to ask. But Lorenzo, you need a microphone first, yeah. And you were speaker already, so you don't have to present yourself, but Lorenzo.
Okay.
to whom do you ask and so forth? Yeah.
Oleg, thank you for the presentation of the two papers. I haven't read the papers, so maybe I'm saying stupid things. But my first reaction to the second one is that the effect you are presenting is transitory. Because effectively, and you mentioned that, by the way, because effectively what happens, especially if you have a terms of trade shock, you have a situation which in the near term, tax brackets are not going to change. Inflation is going to go higher, so nominal GDP is going to go somewhat higher, and revenues are going to go higher anyway. But over time, this disappears. Actually, can go in the opposite direction simply because, you know, the economy is affected by both inflation and higher taxation. On the expenditure side, the same story, because effectively, in the near term, you know, the expenditure budgets are frozen effectively, so there is not much change. But over time, you have the tsunami of the higher prices coming in. So at some point, expenditure will go higher. So I just wonder whether it is just a transitory effect. First question. On the first paper, my question is whether your study says anything about the usefulness of fiscal policy to complement monetary policy in, say, avoiding second round effects on inflation. In other words, if you are targeted enough to intervene in a cost of living crisis, so basically alleviating the pain of the low income people, it might be that you prevent some second round effects, so effectively helping the central bank in the fight against inflation over time.
Thanks a lot for your questions. I agree with you that what we found so far, the effect is transitory, as you say. But imagine what happens if inflation surprises us quite often. Because previously inflation was not that volatile, it was more or less stable. Now it surprised us on the positive side. Who knows, maybe next year it will surprise us on the negative side, and then again on the positive side. So if inflation gets more volatile, then also the results of our paper imply that the fiscal outcome will also get some more volatility, right? On the second question, actually, I'm not pretty sure I understood the question. So you're asking of whether fiscal policy complements monetary policy in a sense.
Microphone again.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to clarify, whether some targeted fiscal spending in a cost of living crisis can actually be effective in preventing second round effects and therefore helping the central bank. I don't know whether the paper is actually addressing that issue. But
we don't address this issue, unfortunately. No. But you are right. Any other questions? No.
Okay, very good. Then
maybe I could just add a point to this, because we have actually done almost the same analysis for the euro area countries only, and I think that this issue that you kind of put it somewhere there of the level of inflation is actually very important, because we find this non-linearity also with a square term in the primary balance. So, I mean, then this conclusion is really much stronger, that it's not that inflation is really, and it's a bit stretched to say that inflation is always good, is good for debt sustainability, because also this bond reaction is like a weak sustainability condition, you know. I mean, it's not only the stabilization that matters, it's not really debt sustainability per se, but I think that this non-linearity is very important. Our paper that I presented it in June in another conference also finds this non-linear impact that I think it's nice to emphasize more. And then we also find it in the response of the primary balance directly.
Great to know. We actually also work, as I mentioned, not only on distinguishing between demand versus supply side driven inflation, but we also want to see whether inflation is as we just discussed, transitory, the effect is transitory, or the effect is of more of long-term nature. But unfortunately, with the framework we used in our paper, it's not possible to answer this question. So the next...
We got the same question, whether there is demand or supply driven. What I have done was like introducing some terms of trade, to control for terms of trade for real effective exchange rate, and we found that this does not change necessarily the relationship, so this nonlinear effect was still there. So when inflation is actually very high, it tends to lower the primary balance. So we don't see this positive impact, and we have seen it now in this crisis, where, because it was also supply-driven, governments actually having really given a lot of support, and fiscal balance is deteriorated a lot.
It seems you have a lot to talk about afterwards also, yeah. I would like to conclude it there in order to go on to also make sure that we have time for our last two presentations. We're going in a very different direction now, but that certainly doesn't mean that it's a boring direction. I find it very interesting because we're going in the direction of the ratings agencies. Especially the time when I worked with the Fiscal Discipline Council, we often met with people from the ratings agencies, and we talked to them and so on, but for me, it was sort of a black box of, okay, but what do they do afterwards, right? And here we have one, Olivier Chemla, is already here, standing Vice President for Moody's Investors Service, Public Finances, and then the credit ratings. I have basically no idea what you do, but I want to hear about it. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Morten, and thank you very much to the ministry, to the minister and the governor, and for all of you for being here today. It's an honor for me to be speaking at this conference. So perhaps to give you just a flavor about what I'm going to talk about, and perhaps to disclose a bit of the information and to open this box. I will speak about our methodology. So I work in the sovereign risk group, but as you know, credit rating agencies also deal with banks, with corporates, and with a number of issuers. So I'll talk about our methodology, our ratings process, to lift the hood precisely. And then I will start with something that has, well, nothing to do, but is different from the topic of today's conference, because I will broaden the scope of our analysis today and talk about the economy, the institutions, event risk. Lorenzo and others have already alluded to this. And then we'll take a deep dive into public finances, and we'll conclude with the credit rating to show basically, well, what's inside the sausage, if I may say. So the methodology, and perhaps very quick, question, what are ratings, right? So ratings are forward-looking opinions of expected loss for private sector investors. And I want to stress, well, all of the sentence here, forward-looking, opinions, and expected loss, right? And I mean, we had previously a mention about Moody's Analytics. Moody's Analytics is a different firm compared to the Moody's Investor Service. So they do more of the consulting service, and so we do the rating and the credit rating applied to issuers. Then we have the outlooks, because we always have a rating and an outlook. Those outlooks can be positive, negative, stable, as is the case for Latvia and most Euro area countries currently. We also have review up and review down. What's the difference here? Well, it's quite simple. When we have a non-stable outlook, so a positive or a negative, we have a 12 to 18-month window to assess whether the country will go up or down. When it's a review for upgrade or downgrade, it's a much shorter, it's a 3-month window. And so we rely on both quantitative and qualitative analysis, and I think this is also important to stress. Now, moving to the methodology, and really to simplify, we look at 4 factors. We look at economic strength, we look at institutions strength, we look at fiscal strength, the topic of today's conference, and we also look at susceptibility to event risk. So I will describe each of those in turn, starting with factor 1, 2, and 4, to then go into the public finances debate. But as you can see already, a number of different indicators, both quantitative and qualitative, regarding, for instance, on the economy, the size of the economy, the dynamism of the economy, the wealth of the economy, on the institutions, the quality, the intrinsic quality of the institutions, and I will explain what we mean by that, the policy effectiveness, and then the susceptibility to event risk, where we also look at a wide range of indicators, geopolitical risk, and we had a very interesting side discussion with the governor, so I will also disclose what I told him during that private conversation, the government liquidity risk, the banking sector risk, and the external vulnerability risk. And all of this is combined to get to a scorecard indicated outcome, which is a 3-notch range, right? So you have economic strength and institutional strength that are combined, you get to economic resiliency, then you add fiscal strength, you get to government financial strength, and then you add the susceptibility to event risk to get to this scorecard indicated outcome where you have a 3-notch, as I said, rating range. So let me go very quickly on the first 3 factors, or let's say the non-fiscal factors, and how this applies to Latvia, because of course I forgot to mention an important point. I am the lead analyst for the Republic of Latvia. I also cover Estonia and Lithuania in the region and other European countries. Economic strength. Well, here we have, of course, as you all know, a relatively small economy that is vulnerable to shocks because it's small and also exposed to international trade. We also saw, of course, the inflation push last year, which was higher in the Baltics compared to the rest of the euro area. We do have demographic challenges. It's certainly not an exception in Europe, but it's something that will become more acute. At the same time, we do stress regularly in our press releases, in our communication, that Latvia has a very flexible and adaptable economy, and that is certainly a credit strength. Looking at the institutions, here we look at 2 sets of factors. We look at the quality of institutions and we look at policy effectiveness. How do we assess the quality of institutions? Well, simple answer, there are worldwide governance indicators published by the World Bank. As many indicators, these are imperfect by definition. They have a very important advantage, is that they are widely available for a very large number of countries, and so we can compare apples with apples, if I may say. And so there you have indicators for government effectiveness, for the rule of law, for control of corruption, and you can see on this chart how Latvia stacks up compared to other A-rated countries, and also compared to, for instance, regional neighbors such as Estonia and Lithuania. Susceptibility to event risk. Here, as I said, we have 4 underlying factors. And I think it's important to state that we have a max function, meaning that we look at the worst score, basically, so the highest risk, and this determines the score of this specific factor. In the case of Latvia, it's geopolitical risk. So again, going back to my conversation with the governor, and well, what happened last year? Well, first things first, we didn't downgrade any of the Baltic countries or put a negative outlook because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What we did, and this was a relatively broad exercise, was to reconsider geopolitical risk in light of what had happened. So, of course, we acknowledge the fact that Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and many others are NATO countries. At the same time, given what had happened, we needed to take a view about geopolitical risk in Europe. And so we basically changed the scores for most of the European countries, even countries that are much further west, including France, including Spain, including Portugal, because with the NATO membership comes, of course, Article 5, which means collective and mutual defense clause, which can have, of course, ripple effects on the economy and on the fiscal, of course. But I'm happy to come back to this later if you have questions. So going to the public finances, and I'm starting with a bit of a technical, nerdy chart, but just to give you a sense about how we work, And again, the combination and the interaction between the economy, the institutions, and the fiscal strength. On the left-hand side, you can see the scores for economic resiliency, which are the byproduct of economic strength and institutional strength. And on the horizontal axis, you can see fiscal strength. And basically what this tells you is that the higher your economic resiliency, the more room you have then, of course, in terms of score for the fiscal strength. And vice versa, of course, if your economic resiliency, because you have a very low tax base, or because your institutions are particularly poor, then of course this takes your overall score down. Now, the indicators we look at for fiscal strength are certainly not rocket science, so much less fancy than the presentations my colleagues gave. We look at basically 4 sub-factors. We look at debt to GDP, very basic, but also debt to revenues, because it means what is the ability of the government of a given country to collect taxes. That's on the debt burden side. We also look at debt affordability, and this was a very hot topic this morning, and of course it's critical. It's interest payments compared to GDP, but also to revenues. And so basically, what's the cost of your debt? So I'll go into these indicators and take them in turn. If you look at the debt burden, of course, in the case of Latvia, as was mentioned, it's not something that stands out particularly, and so it's a very contained debt to GDP ratio. Of course, it increased significantly following the Great Recession, but still, since has been relatively stable. And as you all know, the COVID shock, of course, had an impact, but it was relatively limited, both from a historical perspective and also compared to other countries. And so if we compare Latvia to A-rated countries, because Latvia is rated A3, you can see that on this metric, the debt burden is lower and also is now on a declining trend. We are expecting more or less the debt ratio to stabilize around 40% over the next 2 years. Of course, in a forward-looking way, coming back to my first point, we need to look at, okay, what's going to happen over the next few years? So I said, probably debt is going to stabilize. Debt affordability is going to weaken. And the minister, of course, said it very clearly this morning because of the tightening in monetary policy. So it means that this, of course, will have an impact on our assessment of fiscal strength. I will come back to this. If you look at the fiscal performance, of course, you had different shocks, which many of my colleagues already mentioned over the past few years. But what we see here is also the fact that, well, fiscal performance now is on an improving trend. You still have, of course, some question marks about, well, what's going to happen, of course, with the next government, what's going to happen with the support measures. I think this is, of course, a European question mark. But as I said, contrary to the Great Recession, we are not seeing a permanent scarring from this, I would say, succession of shocks. The pandemic, I hope, of course, is over. The war in Ukraine is not. And so this is also something we need to bear in mind. Now, on the tightening financial conditions, it's very clear that the different governments in the euro area and by large in many advanced economies benefited from this bonanza, right, over the past decade. And even including during COVID with massive support programs. And so the interest bill kept declining. We all know that's firmly over, and the tide has started to turn. At the same time, we do see that this increase will be relatively gradual, and this is in large part because of relatively long average maturity, more than 7 years in the case of Latvia. So it means that the pass-through will be relatively gradual. And again, if you compare to peers at the A-rated level, it's going to increase less steeply. Now, this is, of course, courtesy of the European Fiscal Board. I think it's a very, very useful tracker they have put together about, well, fiscal policy effectiveness. So this is at the interaction between institutions and fiscal, right? Because it's, well, basically how governments, how the authorities behave, and what this mean for fiscal outcome. As you can see, well, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are in a club of relatively well-behaved countries from a fiscal perspective, and this is largely due, of course, to the relatively low debt burden, and of course it compares very, very favorably to most of, I would say, Western and Southern, especially Europe. So the compliance level was around 60% for Latvia. And this compares favorably, again, as I said, to the EU's average of around 50%. Now, there is a caveat here that I do want to mention, because I mentioned the 4 sub-factors of fiscal strength. There is also one, it's more of an adjustment that we take, is, well, basically, what's the share of other non-financial public sector debt? And in the case of Latvia, the SOE sector is relatively large. You have Latvenergo, you have Latvian Railways, you have a number of SOEs there. And so what you can see in the chart is that this debt has been, in relative terms, declining, but it's still relatively elevated. We have a threshold at 20% of GDP. It's now around 18.8, if I believe the latest figures from 2021. But we do apply here an adjustment just to signal that this is a risk, of course, of potential contingent liability for the sovereign. Peer comparison, a peer comparison analysis. I already talked a lot about peer comparison. This is something crucial in our analysis, and we will always compare with both regional peers and also peers at the same rating level and at the same factor score level. So what you can see here is Latvia, which received a AA3 score for fiscal strength, compared to the median. And it's funny because it's basically Latvia makes the median, if I may say, except for interest payments to revenue, where the metrics here for Latvia are stronger. And you can see here again that the comparison is an international comparison. So you have countries, of course, in the region, like Lithuania, like Sweden. You also have Korea. And so I think it's also something that is worth mentioning. The credit rating. So as I said, A3 with a stable outlook. This is the history of the rating since the late 90s. You can see some ups and downs, but as you can see also always in investment grade territory. And I've highlighted in green the mentions in our press release about fiscal strength and how this affects the rating. And you can see that for the last 3 upgrades, from Baa3 all the way up to A3, we've mentioned fiscal strength as a decisive factor when we decided to upgrade. So it's really telling you the importance of this factor. Again, coming back to peer analysis, and I really want to stress this also to demystify when we will be having a rating committee. Of course, I'll have colleagues from the regional team, so from the European team, but I'll also have colleagues from other parts of the world. So for instance, if you take global peers, right, you have Bermuda at A2, so 1 notch above. You also have Botswana, which is A3 stable. Very, of course, different country, but it will be really interesting to compare and contrast. Malaysia is also A3 with a stable outlook. I've, of course, included countries with 1 notch superior rating level, so, with an A2, and also included countries with a Baa1, so 1 notch inferior rating level. And so this I'm sure is difficult to see, but this is basically what's going to be in the memo package that we sent to the committee members that we discuss extensively. It's, well, how does my country, so in this case Latvia, the country for which I am responsible for, compare to other countries in economic strength, institution strength, fiscal strength, susceptibility to event risk, right? And so we'll have the discussion, and again, it will help us to come up with an assessment. And so as you can see here, certainly the two key, I would say, strengths on a peer comparison basis are, of course, the institutions and the fiscal strength. So I think it's something also, you know, we can circle back to the discussion we had this morning, while the susceptibility to event risk is a credit constraint, but as is also a credit constraint for countries like Estonia, like Lithuania, and also countries in more southern Eastern Europe, like for instance, Romania is also a country with a BA score. So just to, you know, just to give also some flavor on this point. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention, Paldies, and yeah, looking forward to
Thanks a lot indeed. I look at the time there, there was half a minute left. I think Olivier is in for a clear upgrade. Yeah, right, so there we are.
I hope so.
Of course. I was thinking about looking at the time, we're pretty good, so if we wait a little bit with you, it's just to see, since your presentation is a little bit special, but in a good sense, if there was any questions related to this one. Very strong question, Ger. Yeah. Wait for the microphone and then please. Surprisingly long arms, but yeah,
Hello,
good.
My name is Zindra from State Audit Office. You mentioned you evaluate the efficiency of the politics of Latvia. Could you mention some resources you use to evaluate it? What kind of them?
Thank you. Well, basically here what I always tell the issuers is that we're not interested in politics, we're interested in policies. So it's going to be really about, you know, the plan, the implementation of the plan. So I certainly reckon that this is something relatively qualitative. But if you look at, for instance, on the institutional side, you look at fiscal effectiveness and monetary effectiveness. I mean, for fiscal effectiveness, we have the European Fiscal Board a tracker there that is something that does give, you know, some substance. We also speak to the Fiscal Council of the country, and we see, well, basically, compared to the plan, what has been the track record. And then we try to come up with a forward-looking view because we need to be forward-looking. So it's not really about, you know, politics. It's more about policies and sustaining the effort. I think we have another very good, I would say, open-air lab right now with NGEU, because depending who you look at, you will have different levels of performance. I mean, Spain and Hungary are not exactly in the same position for very different reasons, right? Or, I don't know, Italy and, again, a country with a stronger track record on implementing the funds. So it speaks to the institutions and to the ability to, well, basically deliver on that.
I think there was another question. Yes,
yeah,
please.
Hi. My name is Lieva Zorgenfrey. I'm from Swedbank. I was wondering whether, in terms of your rating decisions and when you look at the different indicators, whether there are some indicators where you see that we are almost on the verge of, you know, where we could be already upgraded somewhere higher. So basically something where we are pretty good and which we could just advance in a bit more and get a better rating. And on the other hand, whether there's some indicators where we are basically on borderline on where we could actually get a downgrade because of that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, first things first, and this is something I told Edgars when I was kindly invited to this conference. We have a rule that we are strictly prohibited from giving any type of policy recommendation. So I cannot answer directly to that, but I can tell you what is, in our jargon, credit positive and credit negative, right? So I think on the credit positive side, I think, the continuation of strong fiscal metrics, if we see, the debt declining and, the economy being able to really absorb the second layer of shock now with the Russia-Ukraine war, it's still uncertain, because if you look at the figures, it's a bit bumpy. So Latvia is doing a bit better than the two others, but still it's still difficult. I mean, I still have difficulty to read the macro in the Baltics. It seems like this shock, the second one, so the Russia-Ukraine, is tougher than the pandemic. So I think there also we would need to have confidence on that. And the credit negative or the tail risk, I mean, apart from, of course, reversal on the fiscal stance or really deep economic problems, would be really the geopolitical risk I've alluded to, because it's a tail risk, a very clear tail risk, but with, I mean, potential massive consequences from a rating perspective. So that's really difficult to factor in. But again, as I told the governor, yes, markets reacted, but, well, we changed one score, but the rating was kept where it is and where it was, with a stable outlook. So it's also telling the markets, well, for us, Latvia and the Baltic countries are very resilient to this situation.
Good. See, we are in pretty good time, but I would still think of it like this. Keep whatever questions you might have, be it for Olivier or for anybody else, till the discussion that comes. I will again prioritize the panelists after the last presentation, but we have decent time, and we certainly also should have. That would be very nice. Last but not least, presentation, Ingo Zalix, who is State Secretary of the Ministry of Welfare, will speak about something that's also super interesting for us and relevant, pension system, and of course the impact on budgets and sustainability. I should say here, for especially foreign visitors, this presentation will be in Latvian, so if you have or don't have your translation device, then get it, but it seems everybody had it even before me, right? That being said, then please, Ingo, the floor is yours. Please.
Labdien, cienījamā auditorija. Jā, man tiešām.
Hello, dear audience. I'm very grateful to the Ministry of Finance for inviting me. And I was allowed to speak my native language, though I also could speak English. But I would like to just enjoy this possibility. I will not be able to tell you so how the issue of potential impact of pension system challenges on the budget can be referred to the theme of the present conference, but taking into account various aspects that pension expenditure is the third part of the public expenditure. So I think that we can assume that maybe not only today, but also in the nearest future, it might be very relevant. And I would like to express my gratitude for the possibility to mention certain aspects that really can have a great effect on the pension system. So what might be there in the future, and what are the issues that might be agreed on in regards of the policy changes, and whether we consider them for challenges, or we've had a lot of discussions among the experts, also in the political environment. So is it really political challenge? So I would like to say that social insurance system is actually financed from these social payments, social tax payments, and sometimes we have surplus, and thus in case of crisis, and we don't have enough funds that is necessary to insure the liabilities, so we have the deficit. But in fact, every year the surplus is added, and we have the so-called social insurance budget reserve. I would like to remind you that now is the social payment is 34%, and 1% is being added to the health budget to cover health system, and 6% go to the second level of pension fund, and 27% are being added to the social insurance budget in order to finance these services that are being provided by the system. So actually our budget is self-financed. So in order so that we can meet our liabilities, and that's why it's very important to know whether in case of the increasing prices, what might be the services that we should omit. But still, I think that we have to avoid fiscal negative outcomes. And that is why social insurance services are related to social payments. I would like to remind you that the social insurance budget is financing the services that are related to pension. So actually serve the system that are part of this system. I mean, the pensions and the special allowances, and all those allowances are being financed. They are based on social payments, and so people have to do social payments. And old age pensions are based on the actual payments. And if we talk about the second level, we need the real money that has to be invested, and now we need that, and we understand that we need the real investment, real payments to ensure those pensions second level. And other services are being provided in compliance with the state regulation, and just according to the relevant age and person status. And talking about our pension system, the solidarity principle is one of the main principles. It actually ensures the operation of the system. And solidarity is existing not only between the various generations, but also among various genders. That is, payers and beneficiaries. If we talk about the budget implementation, so we can say that if we have surplus or deficit, we can see those periods, those crises that have impacted the Latvian situation, the Latvian economy. So we see that in 2008 and 2007, there was a financial crisis in Latvia, and actually it had an impact on social insurance budget. And you see that actually we had for 20,000 people left the country for other countries, and the wages were smaller, and so the social payments were less, and the budget was as it was. During COVID, as it is very interesting, it was a surprise, actually. The income was bigger, the revenues were bigger than expenditures, and still we were able to compensate, for example, the sick allowances for many people, and that is why this picture looks like that. So we see that our revenues were smaller than expenditures.
Yeah.
Yes, again, emphasizing that the social insurance budget in the total budget for 2023 compromises 28%, so it's 1/3 of all budget. And so this amount is spent for social insurance. which are linked to social risk situations, while 19% are allocated for old age pensions. If we look at the way these expenditures correlate with percentage from the GDP, I have to say that in the middle of the 90s, this reform of the social insurance system, one of the objectives was to make sure that the social payments would be a higher percentage in relation to the amount that is spent from the GDP. And I have to say that at that moment, when GDP decreased, while social payments and benefits stayed at the same level, with a few exceptions, and there were some court cases when these sums were returned, we see that in the last few years, this question on how much this expenditure correlates with GDP, we see that this amount is about 9%. And in the last year, this decrease was linked to the COVID-19 pandemics. So as regards the Latvian pension system, a few things that should be highlighted are that the Latvian pension system at the start of the 90s was built to be sustainable. And the risks were allocated between three pillars of the pension system, including economic volatilities, demographic factors, as well as risks of the financial and capital markets. And the amount that is allocated in the first pillar is included for old age pensioners. And Latvia is one of the first countries that paid this money in an individual account for members of the pension system, while the amount that is transferred to the second and third pillar makes up the amount for people who are contributing to the system. As we saw before, the Latvian pension system stability is affected by demographic factors as well as economic factors, and the system is quite vulnerable. And as we forecast the development of financial pension system, taking into account also the life expectancy, we take into account all of these factors to determine the rate of the payment. We also, of course, take into account economic indicators, and during these last 25 years, these indicators have been surprising at some points. The amount of contributors is very important, the number of persons who contribute, and of course also inflation. It's not a secret that in Latvia, taking into account the demographic situation, also taking into account the forecasts of the Commission, we have 2.8 people in working age in 2022. Then in 2040, we have only two persons in working age, while in 27, only 1.7 persons in working age in comparison to the total pensioners. So an important question is old age pension replacement rate in 2021. And these rates are calculated in different literature sources. Here we have taken into account the Eurostat indicators, and it is calculated in the age group between 65 to 74 against average gross wage in age 50 to 59. We have to say that Latvia in this that Latvia, the replacement rate for Latvia shows only the first pillar. We usually see that in other graphs we are in the last places in the European Union, but here in Latvia we include mostly the first pillar contributors, while in some other countries it is possible to calculate all of the pension pillars and different schemes, also including private investments. So we cannot precisely compare what is reflected in this replacement rate graph. We also have to take into account that countries have different pension schemes. We have the national contribution scheme here in Latvia. There are also systems based on benefits, which means that people who have worked for a certain number of years can get a certain amount of pension. The next slide shows the public pension expenditure and theoretical replacement rates. It shows the development among the European member states. This is quite a theoretical graph. It combines information from two reports. One comes from the 2019 report. It includes information about the old age pensions. It should be so that in countries where public spending is larger and the benefits received during pension should also be bigger, but that is not the case in all countries. There are some cases when the replacement rate increases, there is less pressure on public spending. We at the Welfare Ministry have not quite understood why in Estonia and also in Denmark this situation has developed. Perhaps there have been some errors in calculations, but I would like to emphasize that what we see in this graph is that it will be a problem in Latvia, notwithstanding that we have a financially stable pension system. On our finance sustainability risk, but replacement rates will decrease in future. And this is quite a big challenge. At this point, the replacement rate is 42%, but the theoretical replacement rate could decrease by 12% in the future. Here, it is calculated a bit differently from the previous graph. The previous graph showed how the percentage would be if a person worked for 40 years, a full-time job. So from that, we can conclude, and also understanding that in the next 30, 40 years, this will be a challenge, how to ensure that the amount of the pension is enough. It seems that the challenges of the pension system, also taking into account aging, spending on aging, and finding solutions for these issues. This is a question of providing what we need. Of course, it seems that we will not be able to solve this in the framework of the existing system, but together with experts from Latvijas Banka and from the Ministry of Finance, and also experts of the financial and pension system experts, we have talked about the baseline pension. And this still hasn't been discussed in the government, and there is no political decision yet. But this is only at the expert level. But it seems that we will have to return to the idea of a fourth pillar in the Latvian pension system, the so-called additional payment for the amount of years that people have worked for. We know that this additional payment for each additional worked year is paid, but the hot topic is how to make this better for people who have retired after 2012. So it seems that in the future, gradually taking into account the possibilities of the state budget and what we can do with the public financing, we could implement this additional pension payment. We could implement them for providing support in old age pension. If we take into account that we remain with this existing system, the question is about minimal safeguards. Also taking into account certain court cases, in the medium term we can have a situation where we have high minimal safeguards, which might mean that some people might not be motivated to pay these pension payments. At this particular moment in Latvia, we are in the phase of increasing the pension age. Next year, the official pension age will be 65. At this point in time, it is 64 years and 6 months. We see that people leave the working population as late as possible, but we see that during the last 20 years, we have had success with increasing the pension age, and people leave the working population as late as possible. So they continue to contribute and continue to be members of the pension system. So this is all from my side at this point. But it is clear that most probably the question on additional payments from public financing for part of old age pensioners, most probably we will have to think about this issue. It is clear at this point. The question whether it encompasses all of the members of the social system is still open, and whether these baseline pensions will be enough for everyone who are participating in the social insurance system. Will this be enough? This is probably a question for further policy discussions.
Thanks a lot indeed. Always good to hear something about the pensions. I was thinking also in between how to go about it now. I hope that people have a little bit more patience, right? But I thought that we could go to the panelists now. And no conditions almost, but perhaps a little bit of a condition in the sense of not just necessarily this panel today, but of the whole day, some sort of takeaway that you might have. So again, just a couple of minutes per person. Christina, you were first to speak, so hey, you're first once again, right? Something that you think is worth mentioning of today, or something that you would like to mention in terms of some of the other presentations. And just a couple of minutes or so, right? Because short discussion here at the end.
No, No, well, a bit like regarding the other presentation, we discussed a bit, at least with Oleg, inflation, and I mean, I think that for me, the bottom line of my presentation was that as I expressed, the debt level, so which captures the vulnerabilities in fiscal position, should remain important. It's not something that is not country dependent, or so it is. All these conditions apply. It is country dependent. It is condition dependent, but is an important ingredient also for good monetary and fiscal policy interaction. So I think that this was mentioned also by the government, but also by Oleg. I still remain convinced that keeping public debt at high levels is risky, and is risky also for good transmission of monetary policy and for fiscal policy interactions. Yeah, I mean, the issue of pensions is really like a very technical one. So, I mean, I think that you have a very difficult job to get into all the technicalities. We also just looked a little bit in some research on this level, I mean, how inflation is influencing pensions. I mean, we noticed that in most Euro area countries, actually pensions are linked to inflation. I think that only in a country like Ireland it's not at all linked to inflation or to wages. So this, I think, was also one of the channels through which high inflation put an additional pressure on public finances. So yeah, I mean, for me, the issue remains that there are these very deep connections between fiscal and monetary policies, and they become really much more difficult to sort out in environment both of high public debt and also of high inflation.
Yeah, okay, very good. Oleg's takeaways, last comments?
Last comments. Well, not really a takeaway, but somehow related to our today's discussion. When I look into the future, I have a lot of concerns.
For your pension in Latvia, a replacement?
Not only pensions. So pensions is one of those concerns. Second concern, climate change. It's existential. So it's existential for the human beings. Digitalization is underway. Defense. Many countries in Europe are still under investing in defense, and it's also existential for Europe. And when we add all of those items together and we look at these public debt figures, I struggle to find how we gonna cover all of these additional expenses. So additional debt, less expenditure on some other items, more of taxes on existing tax base, or any other new taxes. Value-added tax was invented in 1950s.
Or a lot of economic growth, which we don't know where it's going to come from. But,
so are we going to have completely new taxation system in 20 years from now? So all of this is a lot of questions, and I don't have any answers for them. But certainly, public debt is the accumulated public debt is a huge limitation to solve these looming problems.
Good point. Yeah, Olivier.
I would piggyback on what Oleg said. I think for me the main challenge is really the political economy question. So it's basically about governments being able to communicate with their constituents. Basically, what do you want? Because you want more defense, you want more social, you want more spending on climate change, investments, etc. How do we finance it? And this is a complicated question everywhere. Of course, you have some cultures where fiscal prudence is more valued than others, and we also have a track record for that. But I think, for me, looking into the future and from a credit rating agency perspective, the main differentiating factor will be between the countries that are able to tackle those in a forward-looking view, and we have some examples in Europe of that, and those that really struggle and at some point, find themselves in a very difficult and unstable equilibrium. So I think that's the main challenge. It's really about the ability to implement those reforms and to be on a sustainable path, not only from a fiscal perspective, but also from an economic perspective.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yes, I'm also agree with Alex, and there is a necessity to think also on healthcare issues and long-term care issues that will ask for some additional money as well. But I think that pensions will be quite significant questions, but the grounds of the pension system, I think there is a necessity to change something like this pension system model as such, but we must be aware that additional money for granting elderly persons with financial support next decade or after 20 years will be quite significant.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, and it's really nice that you raise these issues, but I think suddenly the whole mood here goes from otherwise quite positive and so on into looking a little bit bleak about the future. That's a little bit sad, so we cannot finish right now. Perhaps in the audience there is a question or something for our panelists. Also long arms again from Swedbank. Yeah, sure.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So given all of these challenges, do you think that the solution is to have higher inflation going forward because it would inflate debt away and to some extent help the problem, or is that not where we're going to go, where we want to go?
And you asked the question to?
Basically everyone, because
everyone
is concerned about the same things.
We'll let the central bankers deal with that.
I think that more or less we answered the question already that, I mean, we do not think that inflation, it is the way to go. I mean, it was proven in many studies that it's not, also these non-linearities that were found that at a high level, actually, you do not get this positive impact from inflation. It's maybe only temporary when it is worked during times of financial repressions in the past. That's not the case now, so this would not be a way to go, no?
It would help in improving the primary balance. It would simply help in the denominator terms. Basically, it would improve the nominal GDP. So I am for sure certain that it's not going to help the primary balance as well as the papers explained. So.
I mean, in some simulation that we have done, it's not also even the primary balance improving, no? I mean, because if you think the reaction of the central bank of increasing interest rates, of interest rate growth differential, which are actually becoming positive, it's not improving debt over the medium term because of the reaction of policies, including the central bank. So. The denominator effect works also on the shorter run, but not more. While it can also lower the credibility in other policies. So,
I agree with you. On top of that, maybe what I could add is there could be some point of disagreement or conflict between fiscal and monetary authorities. So fiscal authorities are. At least in the short term, or even in the medium term, are benefiting from not very high inflation, of course, but inflation which is above the target of the ECB. And so, there is the point of concern about this potential conflict of interest.
Any comments from you, or
maybe from my end. I mean, we look at monetary policy effectiveness, and so macroeconomic policy effectiveness, and certainly on there we are quite orthodox in the sense that we've seen, the consensus since the 80s, etc., about low and stable inflation. We do give credibility to some of the, reserve currencies in the world, and that's for a reason, is that, well, basically because they have a stronger track record of inflation targeting and getting to their targets. That's true for the euro, that's true for of course, the US dollar and some other few. So again, I wouldn't think of this situation as being, something positive in the longer run. I think in the short term, you do have some positive surprises, and some treasuries enjoyed that, but it's not a long-term solution.
The question is whether the politicians know that, whether they know that it is just a short-term solution and not a long-term solution. Yeah.
I think they should know that if they look back in the history from the 1970s and 1980s. And politicians were changed completely, the policies and basically we came back to low inflation period.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
If they learn from the past, they should know it.
There was a lack of independence in the 70s and 80s here, but there we are. I think we can do with one more, if there is something out there. Yes, please. So all the way up here. Microphone's coming, yeah.
Thank you. If I may, on one positive note.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Europe has done a lot. At that time, we had a much smaller shock in terms of trade deterioration.
Oh, switched off, perhaps.
Apologies. I think in the 70s we did much worse. Even though the inflation shock or the terms of trade shock we had at the time was much smaller than the one we have witnessed recently, it took more or less a decade to get over the inflation that was generated at that time.
That's true.
That was, of course, because of extensive indexation mechanisms in countries and the fact that we didn't have a single currency at the time, because that allowed for all kinds of divergent responses. At least we are through that, and we are a bit more united, or a lot more united now than we were at that time, and that is a promising sign. We should also take some encouragement that we can surely do better than we did after the financial crisis, when the record was not very good. But on the other hand, not to give illusions that you can grow out of crisis easily. If you look at the projections of medium-term growth that the Commission and others make, they are still at the modest level of maybe 1.5% or so a year, because much of the new expenditure that's coming does not affect the GDP as we measure it. Defense expenditures are essential, so are climate change expenditures, and they must be done. But they don't raise GDP as we measure it, so the debt ratios are very hard to bring down. I certainly agree with what the governor said about Barry Eichengreen's paper, that the decline in debt ratios will be slow, but it's very important that the movement starts after all, and that is possible with the plans that are now on foot, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Niels, and no offense and so on, but if you call that a positive note, I'm not quite sure whether I agree. But still, I will take that as the last one, because Oleg very much appreciated what you had, all these concerns. We all have them, I think, but we cannot finish on that kind of negative note, right? We have to have something positive at the end. I look at the title of the conference, Searching for the Optimal Level. Did we find it? Of course we didn't, right? Of course we didn't. And therefore, yeah, I was thinking about as moderator, sometimes a moderator tries to sum up what's been going on during the day. Can't do that. Too much has been happening, right? Too much. Rather, I would like to think about a lecturer that I had once, many, many years ago when I was a student back in Denmark and at university. And we went through some economics paper, and it was really complicated. For us students, it was hopeless. But even the lecturer sort of, what's this all about? And then he came with this really great way of saying things. Well, okay, we've been through this, we're still confused, but we're at a higher level now. That's a good way perhaps also of summing up a little bit what has been happening today. A lot of things have been coming forward. We didn't solve the world situation, but we know a little bit more, all of us. And therefore I would like to with my last words to say very much thanks to the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Latvia for organizing this conference. Thanks a lot to the panelists for coming here. And I would like to, on behalf of myself and certainly the panelists, I'm quite sure to extend a very special thanks to Edgars Vithols, who has been working 24/7 more or less in order to accommodate all of us. And with those very last words from me, I would like to give the floor to Niels Sachs in order to conclude this conference. Thank you very much indeed.
Dear friends, so we're living in the flexible time, so Minister apologize of not being here and make this final remarks. So, and I have a honor then to do this task. So the title is Searching for Optimal Levels, and I can tell you a story to a certain extent, quite significant reason for this conference was State Audit Office. Because State Audit Office make an analysis of the implementation of the fiscal policy, they say, but we should find the optimal level of the debt. And what civil servants saying? Yes, sir, of course we will. But it was already some time ago, and then we write, oh, sorry, we couldn't, and still, but we will. So finally we are here, and I'm very happy that also State Audit Office participated here, because this was the good way of the cooperation between Ministry of Finance and State Audit, was we fully agree, yes, indeed, we should find the optimal level. So did we? Morten said, of course not, but civil servants should extract something positive. So how could we work further? Because I could easily say it doesn't. There is no prudent levels, nothing. So before, in the old time or in the current time, I had a structural balance, you know, and I said, yeah, I don't hear so much about debt, but still 0.5 structural balance. But you heard in the first session about this animal which make a footprint on the snow and all criticism. So if we go away of structural balance, we should have something. So the only thing is that there is no black box where, like the clock, which works and then optimal level of debt comes up. There need to be certain discretion of the experts' internal voice, looking back in the history to find some level. Because I think we can't just, knowing that all the new system will be based on the debt sustainability, not to find some benchmark. And what is important, this benchmark, whatever we decide, it's not in our hands to control that it really we will stay on that level, because there is so many uncertainties about the future that anyway. But some benchmark we need. So what I can extract from here that we should look back. We should look how things developed from the last financial crisis, and what we learned from our case, and what I think then we are a little bit diving in that we should differentiate between the level and the dynamics. And what we did, we succeeded in 10 years to lower the debt from 47 to 37, which actually made this fiscal buffer, which allowed us to feel quite fiscally comfortable in all these crisis times with COVID and what we're experiencing now. So, since we're going to the debt sustainability analysis, the key question is that, okay, we could say it is for the high debt countries. For the low debt countries, we simply keep 3% and that's all, and then let's see what how the debt will be. The route, what we are thinking for the new economic governance reform, that we should replicate somehow the Commission's debt sustainability analysis, which they perform for the high debt countries, also for our case. But then we need some benchmark. We need this debt benchmark, and then we could say, yes, if we do stress test, okay, we have baseline scenario, we have stress test, we have a stochastic process, and if we stay 10 years or maybe in the longer horizon in that benchmark, that would mean that if we are not experiencing stresses, the debt will go down and we will make a fiscal buffer, and then we could use it in the crisis time. But in the long term, we still will be in that area. So the big question for me is what Lorenzo said, and at least how I interpreted what Stephanie is doing, that yes, this is this danger to go to the bad equilibrium. But I think Stephanie already have in her tools with all the stress tests and stochastic analysis that yes, we don't know how this R minus G, what sign of that will be, but at least if we are in the quite prudent stage where we really calculate our primary cyclically adjusted balance on the basis of the debt sustainability, taking into account all these stress tests, then I could think that we somehow overcome this risk what Lorenzo talked about. So from that point of view, at least for Ministry of Finance, knowing that we have to now to reflect how to adapt our national fiscal framework with the upcoming economic governance review, this conference was very, very important. I forget to say something what Ingus told, and this is the other big story and my consideration, because if I put the figures on the Stephanie's debt sustainability analysis, from the aging perspective, it looks nice, because the expenditure to GDP goes down. Thank you, Alex, you saved my fiscal space. But the opposite part of that coin is this replacement rate. And can we credibly establish now and calculate the primary balance there? This will be the new balance instead of the structural balance, assuming that there will be no change policy scenario and the replacement rates will go down. I think that we can't. Technically, of course, I can put on the Excel sheet whatever I want, but to do it responsibly, we should somehow take into account possible policy change scenarios. Then we establishing, calculating this structurally adjusted primary balance from the debt sustainability perspective. So maybe all what I'm telling now, at least I heard, I don't remember who said, probably Lorenzo, that it will not be simple. The new government, the new economic governance fiscal rules will not be simple, but I think you also rightly said, because economic policy is not simple, we cannot codify it in the simple rules. But we have more national ownership and more, let's say, country-specific one. So, and all in all, that would mean that the structural balance will probably be lower, or deficits we could afford higher than currently we have. And then the key question is what Oleg told, how we will use that. Of course, we could put in the overall envelope, or we invest in the productive investment. So, and here really, the question about the climate change, but also of increase of defense spending is important one. So we should somehow ring fence if we increase now possibility to use our favorite conditions of the low debt to address certain upcoming extra costs as we need. So all in all, these are just reflections from from today's conference. So I really, at least, get a lot of piece of thought for the possible changes in our domestic medium-term fiscal framework rules. So with that, I want to thank our guests, our experts. I'm also very happy that our neighbors from Lithuania came. And I want to thank also organizers of the conference and interpreters and all the participants who had interest and came here. And I think that you also benefited from these reflections about the debt and all what surrounds the debt. So thank you very much for being today here. And I'm sure that we will have further discussions in one or other formats, either here in Latvia or in other countries, because this is really a very hot topic. And thank you, State Audit Office, for having the first impact on that. Thanks a lot and have a good day.